cool where basically moon gazing, you know, Babs, he wanted to do a talk with Jerry. And so it was pretty cool. Like spontaneously, we basically like fired up the live stream one stage, and I created a new YouTube video for it. And I gave them both the guest live stream host role. So they both basically were able to be stage moderators, you know, so they could, but really it was just like the two of them, just like a discussion, just the two of them. And we didn't really have to do anything moderation wise. We were there, but we didn't have to do anything. It was awesome. It was like the two of them.
Yeah, Babs is good to talk to. He'll have a good conversation. I like Babs.
He only wanted to do it. Yeah, he only wanted to do it if he could. Like, he didn't want a whole room of people that would end up muting him or chaos or whatever. He wanted to actually have like a set combo. So the stage room was perfect. Whereas like people in the audience were in the audience, and then they could actually go back and forth. And we didn't even have to step in at all. The video is actually on the channel, and we did like a little after show thing, but it was awesome. And we were just thinking like we should do that more often. Like, let's say there's a big room, like 30 people in the room, and if 2 people are going heavy, we could offer like, hey, you guys want to pop into one of these other live streams and do an actual discussion?
I was just thinking we should do that. I was just thinking we should do that more often when there's a room full of 30 people and 2 people are getting hot, 2 people with opposing views, just put them on the stage and let them, if people want to leave and go to live stream,
as long as people engage. Yeah, people engage honestly and sort of answer questions and go back and forth. That's fantastic.
Yeah, oh yeah. You can't do it when there's 30 people in the room though, and everyone wants to get a point out.
Well, that's the thing. Often 2 people want to go back and forth, and they might do it a little bit, but like somebody else always wants to jump in. Somebody else wants to say something. Somebody else derails it into another topic. There's all that kind of stuff that happens. So,
yeah,
it's perfect. Gio. We definitely do that more often. I'm going to bring that up. That's the next time I hear something like that happening where it's getting crazy and 2 people are going at it. We'll put them on the stage. How do you do that? Like, what's the command that I need to know to do that? Because I don't know any commands about anything. I can mute someone. That's pretty much the list of my commands. I can server mute you.
Well, if I'm here, which I'm mostly listening, but if I'm here, I can set it up pretty easily. But there's actually a couple things a couple new systems I'm going to implement to make it easier for other people to like give the guest live stream host role and some of that stuff. But I guess the quick answer to that is right now, if I'm here, I can do it anytime. But in the future, I'm going to make it more so it's a bit more automated so that the rest of the moderation team can set it up as well. The only thing that's a little tricky is like creating a new YouTube video for that particular talk, like an hour long, or even if it's only 20 minutes, like no matter how long, that's the thing that I'd have to be present for because I have to actually log into the server and then create a new video. Yeah. The only way around that is I could give someone the actual login to the server and they could do that, but there would have to be.
Yeah, I could always send you a timestamp of if when we're having a good conversation, I can send you a timestamp of when it started, and then you can go back and listen. If you wanted me to do that for the future, that's not hard. That's not hard to do, right? Take the audio out of a YouTube thing and then just run it back in a separate clip.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one option. Like even if it's just within one long 12-hour video. I'm actually working. I'm going to get the date and time on the live stream. So there's going to be the actual visual date and time. So that should make it even easier to get the timestamp. But yeah, that's an option too. Like,
you know what would help if I actually had the YouTube channel of this? I don't even know do I just use YouTube Earth Awakenings?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat right now. But yeah,
I don't watch this on YouTube. Obviously, I'm in it, so I don't. You know what I mean? There's no point in.
Yeah, it's Earth Awakenings. Yeah,
you could set up stages.
Yeah, that'll be neat if I can give you the timestamp. That way, you don't have to listen to it 12 because there's not enough hours in the day. So if the mods send you the timestamp of when some good talks happen, and then you can, real quick listen to it for a few minutes and be like, oh yeah, this is good, or I don't like this. I'm not gonna use it.
Stages and then have certain people authorized to be speakers and to promote or depromote people to the audience. There's a stage, there's speakers, and there's audiences, and people can have permissions to run the stage.
I don't know.
Your mic's a bit quiet and muffled. But
I feel like even if I could hear what you were saying, though, it didn't really. What's wrong with having the two speakers on the stage?
You have a stage, and the stage has speakers and an audience and associated with it.
So say the last sentence again. My bad. I think I clipped you.
You have a stage with speakers and an audience, and then people have a permission to the stage.
You know what? Your mic, Brenda, your mic is pretty bad right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm on my phone. I don't know why it's so crappy. I don't know.
You got to get some AirPods. Listen to me. Don't be cheap.
No, stick a little pin in the microphone slot, but not to break it, obviously. But you really got some shit in the microphone slot.
Don't stick pins in the microphone. Get some AirPods.
Do they have microphones in them?
In the AirPods, yeah. Don't get the pros though. You got to get the old school ones where the little
that's what I've got.
thing comes in.
All right.
Yeah, those are good. Those work fucking good. I heard the pros don't work good though.
I had no idea they had microphones in them.
Yeah, there's a microphone in each AirPod.
Nice.
Yeah, how are you supposed to?
How do you think you're communicating with us right now?
I'm talking into my phone.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so cute, Rohit.
I love you too.
Well, I was gonna say, in terms of like Discord calls them stage moderators, which is different than like other types of moderation, like other moderator roles. It's called stage moderator. So basically, on this server, like Guardian Council, Server Guardian, and Livestream host roles all automatically are stage moderators. So any of those roles basically can create a stage and manage all.
You got a sanding block? Yeah, and that's a huge focal point too of the step. You have a sanding block for that after?
Hot mic, Jeremy.
Yo, what is going on?
But I think it'll be awesome to do that more because, often when there's a whole room and a bunch of people that all have different ideas of how they want to respond, and it can get pretty difficult to carry on certain types of conversations just because there's so many people, and it can be good too. I like that open vibe where people can jump in and talk too. So it's just sort of different things are good for different purposes. But doing that thing on a stage where we can, you could be like 2 people or 4 people or. And that way, like, you could actually have a set conversation, and be able to actually get the ideas across without the interruptions. Because that's why it was awesome last night. Like, they were able to actually discuss. It was more like a podcast. Like, it was more like actually listening to a show in that way. It was cool.
There you go. We got E-Girl joined. Jeremy, how's the crypto going?
Going fucking great, bro. I just got on the Phantom Network yesterday. Right? I got on the Phantom Network. It's a new chain. It's like the Binance chain, KuCoin chain, Ethereum chain. It's like a chain. It's just dope. Making crazy interest. I put $180 in that. I'm making like $8 a day off of that. The interest rate's wild.
MetaMask.
Yeah, MetaMask. I found a super easy way to add chains to your MetaMask too. You can do it right through a website and add any of the chain. Like, it's so easy to add the Phantom chain.
You got a fixed interest rate from some crypto?
No, it's not fixed by any means. It's definitely not fixed, bro. That shit's gonna change tomorrow. That shit changed. That shit changed 3 minutes from 3 minutes ago.
All right.
Jeremy, what did you call it? You said it's Meta chain and Phantom chain?
No, it's MetaMask. That's
MetaMask.
the wallet. That's
Is
the wallet you use. Yeah.
Okay,
and
cool.
and then you get the Phantom chain. I mean, I'm getting crazy interest rates on the Binance chain too. I do most of my business on Binance, but
Did you post any of this anywhere?
Spread out
My
the Phantom.
Well, my husband is really into this, and I can't take notes as fast as you talk, but I'm trying to. Do you post any of this anywhere, or like have like a community room where you talk about this?
You can DM me and I'll.
Perfect.
give you all the
Okay,
info.
thank you.
You're gonna.
What's your name? 'Cause I might think you're a random spammer. Say something crazy when you text me.
It shines.
Who? Chimes?
Shines.
Shines. Okay.
Yeah. And my husband's name is Mike.
All right.
No.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah,
move. I
Mike.
make like $1,600 a month off passive income. Well, some of it comes from a video game I play, but most of it's just passive.
Wow, that's very passive. If you're playing a video game, that's pretty. I never got.
I mean, honestly, it's like a ghetto version of Galaga. I wouldn't even play this if it wasn't for the crypto.
Shoot the bad guy in the head.
It's like a side-scrolling space shooter.
Have you seen this MAGA coin? This shit's fucking hilarious.
No.
This shit's up like 400% today. Like,
Yeah, some of those coins are crazy. Honestly, if there's no passive income involved with it, I don't even get involved at this point.
That's crack, right?
Yeah, it's straight. I need my dollars a day ticking in. Every day I try to get another $1 a day.
MAGA coin is freaking hilarious. Donald Trump coin. It might get to almost 10 cents. Well, at what point is something not a shit coin anymore?
If it has no use case, Dogecoin's still a shitcoin. If it has no use case and there's like an infinite number of coins, or there's a bunch of factors that could make it a shitcoin.
Okay. I mean, I look at any coin in the top 10 is all right, right?
Like, I mean, you're not going to bubble off those though. Like,
Right.
if you buy Bitcoin, you're not going to bubble. Like, you might do good if you buy like something under Binance or lower. Like Binance might do a 10x. That's a stretch, but maybe. But what you need to do is get into the shit coins. Is honestly how I bubbled. You buy a coin with 10 zeros in front of it. That shit could do 1,000x like it's nothing.
Yeah.
I've done 1,000x before. I turned $30 into like 8-9 G's.
See, yeah, it's all a process.
I had my guy was picking them. My guy was making wild picks. He must have picked. He picked Safe Moon, Shiba Inu. He made he only had a couple bad picks, and the picks that he made, we bubbled off of.
That's wild.
Killed it. I made like 9 G's off Shiba.
That's good.
Made like 5 racks off Safe Moon. We killed it, man. He made so many good picks. Took a lot of losses too, but the winners more than made up for it. I probably made like 30
Jeremy,
G's.
Don't forget, Jeremy, to sign it off with do your own research.
Oh, I wouldn't invest any more money than you're willing to straight up lose outright.
That's it. Do your own research, guys.
Or just do what I say.
If you make a lot off Shiba, will you buy a ticket to outer space?
No. Hell no. It's the last thing I'm doing.
Pay to go on.
Don't forget, for every Shiba Inu, and every Safe Moon, there's 1,000 where people lose all their money. So just be careful.
Effie, you know what I did the other day?
What's that, man?
I went and bought. You all right, bud?
What sort of research do you
good,
do
buddy. How
to
you
pick
going?
a coin?
You okay?
Like I hear Effie, like it's
Fortune
you know,
cookies.
do your research, but what makes a good coin? What makes a bad coin?
All right.
How do you tell which one's going to
I know
go up?
where you're coming from. Okay. Well, how do you know where anything's going to go up? You don't. But for
Yes, you
me,
do.
I now only put money into coins that have got genuine use case or utility. Because the crypto space, really, it's not going away. It's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So if you want to, Donkey Kong coin is if that's some bullshit meme coin that's just got a cute little, avatar and everyone jumps in and out of it in a week. Well, good luck if you get in on the first day of the week, and I feel sorry for you on the 7th day. But if you can find coin like Jeremy's finding coins that are paying just passive income, APY that's decent, or you can find a project that's got genuine long-term utility or use case. That's where I put my money now.
That's
But
the
being
stuff
able
I
to
do.
actually
Also has
value it.
the stuff.
Like,
I
how do you
also
value
has-
something as cheap, cheap relative to fair value or expensive relative to fair value? Like, what do you value the use case at? With a standard company, that's relatively easy.
The thing I do with these coins that pays the nice APY is they have use case. There'll be an exchange on. They'll have an exchange. They'll have their own staking plat, all kinds of stuff. Some of these coins, and I try to get in, and I'm cheap. The one I got in recently yesterday the coin was fucking $300 a coin.
Sorry, Jeremy. Rui, have you looked at crypto at all? I know you've got a fairly dark view on it. Have you looked into it to any real degree, or you've just kind of steered away from it?
I've actually got a friend who has set up an arbitrage market making company on crypto,
Okay.
and he can't even explain to me how to value stuff. So he just finds mispricing.
Yeah, I would like just to get some fundamental understanding of what crypto is and how it works. There's a YouTube channel called Crypto Whiteboard, and it's a wealth of information just on understanding crypto, automatic market makers, blockchain, just how it all works and what it's about. I don't know if you've seen it or whatever, but really, really good entry level. I want to say entry level, not that it's for dummies, but it just all this stuff which is kind of jargonese. If you're new to it, it breaks it down and can give you a decent platform to then start to look into things and know what people are talking about.
Yeah. Obviously my background is finance, and my job was a market maker, so I know all that stuff. But being able to fundamentally value them, I've not seen anyone be able to put a value on a coin, which you can easily do with like a stock making
let's
money.
say Jeremy and I launch a project next week. How are you going to put a value on that? It could have $50 billion potential. But
what are you talking? What are you talking about? Value of a coin? Something's worth. The worth of something is whatever someone's willing to pay for it. So whatever the last one sold, whatever the last coin sold was, that's what the worth is.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're going to buy a
crypto's
coin,
not BHP where they're digging iron ore out of the ground or mining uranium, and you can exactly. But it's not what you're used to. So that's what I'm saying, bro. You got to just immerse yourself in it somewhat, and you'll get a feel for what's going on. But it takes a little. It's taken me 4 months to get my head around it. And I've really that's why I've kind of dropped out of this arena a fair bit, because I've spent a lot more time immersing myself in the crypto world, and I love it. I seriously love it. But there's a lot of shit around. There's a lot of money being lost. And I made an analogy this morning. I said, a lot of people want to make 100x in a week. I invest in utility or use case coins that I think have got long-term value. And if you're an apple farmer and you put a seed in the ground, you don't look at the ground in a week and go, "Where's my apples?" Things that grow, things that mature in a month generally are weeds, and they die in a month as well. So don't get me wrong. A lot of people make a shit ton of money buying meme coins and selling them at the right time. I'm not one of those guys. So
that's good. Yeah.
And I don't. But I want to have a truckload of apples every year. So, I'll send you a link to Whiteboard Crypto, man. It's just a good place to start to learn some shit.
Yep. Send me a link, because I'm about to go into the shops, and I'll check it out later. All right, see you too.
I don't buy that. I don't do that bullshit either anymore. Like I said, if it ain't making passive income, the thing, these places for these coins I invest in, they got exchanges and bridges and shit. They got mad use case to them. They got staking, farming platforms, all LP pool, all kinds of shit. I'm not fucking around. Don't get me wrong, my shit's mad risky.
So you probably remember, man, I sent you some stuff on Fibo a couple of months ago. Maybe you did or didn't. I don't know if you remember it, but that's where I'm fairly heavily into that now. Like investment wise, where most of my money is. and it's long term. Like they've just appointed the biggest, the number one crypto PR company in the world to promote their product, to promote the project. Like this thing is going to go, in my opinion, massive. But it's over the next year, 2, 5 years, who knows?
Yeah.
And now it's still cheap, man. It's like 0.5 cent at the moment to buy, but. You know, and it pays 4% reflections on every transaction through the exchange, and it's just a good, solid, long-term earner. So, anyway.
Yo, if one of those reflections.
Sorry,
Joe?
Oh, sorry. Which one?
FIBO, FIBO.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
It's a decentralized. It's actually an exchange, but it's a cross-chain exchange, cross-chain DEX. So you can swap Phantom to Polygon to Ethereum to Binance through the one exchange, right, with one transaction. And it's called interoperability. Now, that's something that the whole crypto world has been lacking. There's been really clunky, clumsy ways through multiple steps that you can do it, but the FibSwap DEX does it through one exchange. The only one in the world that does it. It's light years ahead of everybody. It's phenomenal, in my opinion, not financial advice. So yeah, but as I say, I've got like 50 BNB in it at the moment, and
damn,
it's kind of
bro,
my
you are
retirement.
bugging. You are.
I'm telling you, man, it's my retirement plan, Jez. I'm telling you, man.
BNB? No, you
bro.
you got to diversify, bro. You're
I got
out
money.
of control,
I got stuff in other things as well, man. I got stuff in other things.
All right. Holy shit, bro. That's fucking huge, man.
Which
What do you?
coin is
Oh, you're making me seasick.
Which coin is this? Tell me, which coin is it?
FIBA. What'd you call it? FIBO?
FIBO.
Say it again.
FIBO. FIBO. FIBO.
Fibo.
Look up FibSwap. 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 FibSwap is the DEX. That's the exchange, the crypto exchange.
0.5 cent right now.
It's on the BSC, right?
Yeah, had an all-time high of 2.2 just after launch. It's bottomed at about 0.38, but it's only 3 months old. So
where do I buy that shit?
FibSwap DEX. So the exchange, you can buy it through Pancake, you can buy it through PooCoin, but FibSwap have got their own
He's
DEX.
not even on Meta. Are you on? Did you set up MetaMask yet? Silent?
I have it, yes.
Oh, all right. Did you put the Binance chain on it? Yo, I found a dumb easy way to add chains, bro. Send me a DM. I'll send you this link. It's called chainlist.org. You can add chains to your MetaMask. Dumb easy.
Import tokens.
So what do you do with that FE? Like, do you buy and sell coins like in terms of like a swing trading or day trading method, or are you just investing in coins that are on that platform?
Hold on, Silent.
Okay, so
it's on a Binance chain. Silent. It's on you got to add the Binance chain to your MetaMask, bro. Did you do that?
I don't know what that is. Binance.
Yeah, go
chain.
to Chainlist. Open this in the same browser you have your MetaMask in. Go to Chainlist.
Oh no, I'm in the app. Shit.
Oh, so go.
I'll wait. I'll wait. Jeremy, when I'm in the computer. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you.
Sorry. Go ahead, Effie.
Okay, I'll try and make it quick and concise, Gio. So FIBO, FIBO, FIBO is the native token of FibSwap. So FibSwap is an exchange. Like I said, it's an interoperable chain. You can cross swap from chain to chain, which no one else in the world can do. Now, but also it's like Pancake, it's like Uniswap. Within the FibSwap DEX, you can swap BEP20 to BEP20. You can swap ERC20 to ERC20. You don't have to cross swap, but you can. Now, if you hold FIBO tokens, so that's the native token of the exchange, every time someone uses that exchange, they pay gas fees in FIBO. Now,
that's banging. I'm about to. I'm about to buy
just listen up, Jeremy. This is gold. So if you, let's say you just use the BS, let's say you do the equivalent of a pancake swap, Jeremy. If you just swap BEP20 to BEP20, you pay your gas fees in BNB, but what the algorithm does is it buys FIBO with your gas fees. So the FIBO holders get a 4% reflection distributed amongst them for every transaction that goes on in that exchange. So there's just and so the like this I've got about 5,000 I've got 5,000 tokens reflection this week. So at 0.5 cent each, it's not a lot of money, but if the token goes to 10 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, suddenly
or if
that
they get
starts
more
to,
transactions, or if people start doing more
exactly
transactions.
it's mass adoption now. With this project, they're about to, in the next month or two, they're actually releasing the first, like the technology is wild in FIBO or FibSwap. They're releasing the first ever like Android and iOS app. So
yeah, what's it that weird? Is it that weird alpha and omega symbol in purple and blue?
Yeah, that's it, bro. That's it.
All right, I got their contract code.
All
right.
Look into it, man. I'm telling you, this
I'm
project.
not looking into it. I'm just buying it, bro. I don't look into it.
The technology. Now they've got another company called Boreo, which is it's part of the same overall company. The native token is Oreo, ORIO. Now, if you hold that is going to be, they've already got it. Oh, geez, I'm talking a lot here, but they've already got an app called Instacoin, which is like a crypto TikTok, where if you upload videos and people like it, you earn crypto through that. They're also, I think this month, in 2 weeks' time, they've got the world's first online poker in like crypto poker. So, poker stars, but in crypto. So you play and bet in crypto, first in the world ever. Like this. You still got me on my phone ring.
You clicked out for a second. I'm buying this FIBO.
Yes, and my phone was ringing. Now, what will happen if you hold FIBO tokens? The reflections from the Oreo token, which are going to be coming from the poker and the TikTok type thing, 2% of their transactions gets reflected into FIBO as well. FIBO, and this is that they've got 5 prongs to their future. This is only 2 of them. Like this. They're mental.
So
I'm telling you.
So they take 4% of the. So every time a transaction,
so there's an 8%. So in FIBO, there's an 8%. There's 8% tax, right? 4% gets distributed amongst the holders. 1% goes to charity, like they support a child charity, and it's a different one each month. The holders get to vote, and then 1% gets distributed to the child charity, and 3% goes to the pool. And 1% goes to marketing and staff payments and that sort of thing. If you look at that,
but you got to use you got to use that thing for their swap, right? Their coin for their swap.
No. Well, if you let's say you buy FIBO, Jeremy. Any transaction you want to do now, if you use Pancake, for example, why would you? Because if you do the same transaction through FibSwap, you'll actually get some reflection from your own transaction, as well as everyone else doing transactions. So FibSwap, it's like the Walmart of DEXs. You put Uniswap and Pancake Swap and every other swap into one, and that's FibSwap.
I had a real problem getting money on the Phantom Swap chain. I mean, I got my BNB. I was able to move BNB there easily. But you need Phantom for gas, and I couldn't figure out how to get Phantom to. I ended up bumming 50 cents off somebody last night.
Yeah,
like you can't bring straight Phantom into Phantom for some reason. So you can't do it. Go ahead.
I haven't used the cross swap personally, but what I understand is they've got you still need ETH for gas in the ETH network, and is it Matic or whatever it is in the Phantom network or Polygon, whatever it is. But they've also got there's a relayer, I think it's called, where I'm pretty sure on one side of the transaction.
Can you type the name of the coin, though?
You can pay your gas fees out of what you receive. So there's it's. If you look at the white paper, you'll find the white paper on their website. It's just, I think it's fibswap.io, Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to ramble on about it for hours, but
I'm gonna pick up a few bucks.
Pretty awesome.
What is the name of the coin?
FIBO, FIBO.
Can you type it in chat if you don't mind?
Go to FibSwap. If you go to fibswap.io, it'll have the contract code right there on their page, which is really nice. I'd like to see that more for more coins. Sometimes it's a manhunt to find the contract code.
So you're
all getting the Telegram. If you get in their Telegram, Jeremy, honestly, man, it is the best community. The guy his name's Fibonacci. He's Italian, lives in Japan. He's the owner of the whole project and the company. This guy, you listen to him in the AMAs, they're all pinned. You fall in love with this guy. He's so transparent. I swear, man, he's like a truther. He's all about independence and autonomy and freedom, and that's what this DEX is all about. Getting away from the centralized money system. It's friggin' awesome.
At a half a penny for those coins. Normally those coins are at like a couple dollars, at least 50 cents. Like I could see that doing a 5x, like nothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Binance's market cap is 4 billion, I think, and ETH is 10 billion. And FibSwaps is currently like 60 million or something like that, but it's only 3 months old. It took, if you look at the chart of like for Pancake and for Ethereum or for Uniswap and that sort of thing, for the first year they almost were nothing, and then they went exponential, parabolic after that.
That shit's automatic. FibSwap I'll just be having more FibSwap in my wallet every time.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, man. Just buy it when it dips, grab it. Because it's going to go parabolic. It needs the mass adoption. Sorry, man.
Bro, one of our guys at one point in time that was in on it early with us with SafeMoon was getting $500 a day from the reflection alone.
On SafeMoon.
On SafeMoon, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You get one of these coins early. If that shit ends up going to like $5 or something, you could end up getting a nice couple bucks a day off it. I'm not saying $500, but you get a few bucks a day off it, especially with 50 BNB. Yo, you are wilding, bro. That's crazy. That's a lot in one project.
Yeah. That's how much I love it, man. That's how much I love it.
So you're basically
Jeremy. This is the weird thing how I got into it, right? Was from freaking Cocktail. Because, which has gone shit up now, but you could get you could select what your reflection token was, and Fibo was on there for about 3 days. And I thought, oh shit, that looks all right, I'll grab that. And from that, and it was only on there for 3 days and it disappeared. And from that, I thought, oh, what is this Fibo thing? And I looked into it, and now, man, I'm in love with it.
Nice.
So,
Jeremy, if I put the code there in the MetaMask, I'm gonna see the coin?
No, bro, you have to add the Binance chain. I told you to message me anytime you want, and I will walk you through everything you need to do. Hey, don't mess with that. No. My kid's about to sell all my crypto on a computer. Get out of here. Yeah, bro, anyone can DM me at any time. And as soon as I get free moments, I'll walk you through this whole anything you need to want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Adding the Binance chain is so easy now, Effie. You don't even have to do it for some wallets. Other wallets, like MetaMask, there's a website you just go to and you pick which chain you want to add and connect your MetaMask, and it just adds the chain for you, like automatic. You don't have to enter any fields or anything.
Yeah, right.
I'm doing real good though, bro. I'm making like $1,600 a month now. Passive.
Man, that's awesome. Like, I remember you when you were, you were making $4 a day or $6 a day, and this was a couple of months ago, and you're saying, I'm just going to keep finding this passive income, and dude, you're doing that. Good on you.
I told you. I told heads they should have came along for a ride.
Yeah,
fantastic voyage. It's not too late, man. It's not too late. I got into something last night that's brand new to me. It's not brand new, but I mean, I put $180 in it. It's getting like $5 a day. Yeah, like it's easy to get passive income right now. I'll get anybody passive. It doesn't even take a lot of money. I mean, it still takes a lot of money, but to get something decent. Even $10 a day. If you make $10 a day passively, that's your cell phone bill and something else, like pick another bill or something. Your electric and your cell phone bill, $300 a month.
Yeah, man, it's good.
$10 a day.
Yeah. Like for me, I just don't have time. I got 2 businesses. I do okay. Like I'm looking at, I'm 55 now, man. I'm looking at retirement. So that's why I'm looking at investing in stuff that's going to get me, good growth over the next 5 years, 10 years.
Yeah, no, you're doing it right for what your goal is. You're definitely doing it right. I want some of that too. I'm going to buy it. That's why I'm getting some of this. Oh, no. We got that all set up on FibSwap to buy later. Don't do that.
So Effie, you're basically holding that Fibo coin. I mean, that's the main thing.
Yeah, man, I won't sell. I'll never sell one of them. See, it'll go. What it's waiting for, Gio, is mass adoption. So at the moment, there's like 10,000 people in the world who hold Fibo tokens, and use the DEX because it's only been out there for 2.5, 3 months. But mass adoption is what we now want to introduce. They've held back on their marketing because let's say you've got this, like the release of the phone apps, for example. If you just put that out there to the world today, that everyone can just download it on their smartphone and start trading, you have to have a huge amount of customer support because people want to start cross-swapping from one chain to another. But let's say they don't have enough ETH in their account for the gas fees on the Ethereum side. And so they get an error message, not because the exchange has got a problem, but because they're doing something wrong. If you haven't got the gas fees, you can't make the transaction. So they're going to get pissed off if suddenly their transaction doesn't work. So before they launch into mass release, which has the potential then for mass adoption, what they're doing is they're putting, right now in the back end, they're putting a heap of pop-ups and sort of intuitive signals and learning tools for people that when they take it on, they don't make these fundamental mistakes. So they've already got the app is there. They could release it tomorrow, but they're now adding, like they're finessing it to make it more safer to release to the dummies, if that makes sense to you. So at that point, when the mass adoption happens, I mean, if you look at the amount of dollars and transactions that goes through Uniswap or PancakeSwap every day, the gas fees, if that's then converted to the Fibo token and distributed amongst the holders, the reflections are going to, like Jeremy said, they're going to be crazy. So that's what I'll never sell. All I'm going to do is buy more Fibo. But what I might do in time is you sell your reflections. That's your passive income there. You can maintain, like interest. Only spend your interest. Keep your capital in the bank, so to speak. But as the reflections come through once a month, just sell a little bit off for income. But yeah, right now it's early days. It's really early days. But the project is solid, super solid. So. And there's, as I say, there's more coming. These apps, and if you picture as well, like somebody in who's living in South America who's got family in India, if they want to send money to them, how do they do that? Well, they've got to go down to Western Union. Everything is KYC. You got to prove who you are. You got to give them your driver's license, all this crap. Whereas this is just going to be instantly. Anyone in the world can just transact and send crypto to anyone else in the world, any country. It's all decentralized. It's for the people who don't want to be part of the system in particular. This is phenomenal. You don't have to prove who you are. There's no biometric photographs and passports and driver's licenses and all that crap involved like the normal financial system requires of you.
Well, the reflections alone will be more money than you're getting. Like I couldn't imagine having Cake Coin and them giving you 4% every time someone use Cake. Isn't that what they use for?
Yeah,
do transactions on Pancake?
Exactly. So that's literally what we're talking about here, Jeremy. Is you're going to get? It's like you were getting reflections off Cake. Like everything through Pancake, you'd get you'd get a 4% reflection of the gas fees being redistributed back to the token holder.
Like, I don't think Cake pays reflections, does it?
No, it doesn't.
If they did, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, like, exactly. So all the gas, forget what token it is or what coin it is, but if you can imagine all the gas fees from Pancake in a day, 4% of that gets redistributed back through to the cake holders, or because I think you pay your gas in BNB on Pancake, don't you? So, but that all then would then get converted. Literally with those gas fees.
Pancake Swap takes a cut. Pancake Swap takes a cut, though. When you do a transaction on Pancake Swap, they get a cut.
The gas, the 0.5% or whatever it is. So what FIBO do, that 0.5% gas through the exchange, they buy FIBO tokens with that, which does two things. Number one, it's constant buying, so it drives the price up on the automated market maker. But also with the FIBO tokens that they purchase, they get redistributed to the holders.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'll buy a couple bucks worth of that. That's not really my thing right now. It is passive. It does sound like it could be a nice passive income source if you just even get a few bucks worth right now, though. Oh, listen, here's what I did the other day. About 2 weeks ago, I went and bought 0.1 of all the recently added tokens to CoinGecko. About 0.1 BNB worth of. It was 10 of them. I spent 1 BNB on it. I did the last 24 hours. Random day. I didn't know what coins were coming out or anything. Like 2 weeks, a week and a half, 2 weeks later, that shit was worth. Ended up being up like $300-400. I got my BNB back, and I'm up. I have like $300 or $400 worth of the random tokens. I'm thinking a good strategy would be to just buy $1. Right? This will even get expensive. I don't even have the bank for this, but if you just bought $1 of every coin that came out on the Binance on CoinGecko, I feel like you'd do pretty good.
To the moon. Anyway, I was trying to talk about space travel.
You want to talk about space travel? What about it?
Yeah, what do you see when you go up in space?
I don't know. I've never been up in space.
You go up like 90 miles.
I don't know what you would see. What do you say?
Don't you see the globe? Right?
I don't know. I don't know. I've never been up there. Have you?
I've seen pictures.
Pictures,
Video and pictures.
Yeah.
And testimony.
Definitely,
when they asked Jeff Bezos, would you go back? And he was like, hell yeah. We got testimony. We have the documents.
Of people
we got our own documents.
Have you got a globe?
What? No.
What is a globe?
Do I have a globe, you said?
Yeah. Like, what is a globe?
No, I had one when I was like...
You got a globe in
7 years
space,
old.
do you? You got observation and documents about a globe in space. I'd like to see that.
We have NASA videos.
I'm sure you do.
International Space Station.
Yeah, you might have that.
And they don't have any pictures of firmament or an ice wall.
So what's real?
What's real? Science is real.
Mm-hmm. Just because you got a photo of something, is that photo that you have the image of? That image might be real, but is the visual data in the image real?
It's most likely, yeah. If it's not tampered, if you know the camera, if you got the source data.
Mm-hmm.
the metadata of the photo. Pretty legit.
What fluctuations in light and colors and shapes and stuff like that.
Yeah, things like ISO and pixels and all that shit. Lens size, focal length.
What kind of discernment do you use in terms of who you believe when it comes to something like that? Was it just kind of like if they're authority, you believe it, or is there something that you use to discern that?
Yeah, it's like track record and history, credentials, like doctor's degree and science degree and university, outpost, history as in like history of space travel, recorded history written down, news outlets, museums, testimony, interviews. All that falls under discernment. And then contemporary things like news, like rocket launches and current events and live streams. I think that all falls under knowing whether things are happening, what's happened already. And they all document around Earth in outer space. And they even have plans to send another satellite up there and send people to Mars and the moon.
I'd go to Mars.
In a nanosecond?
Whatever it took.
That was
You can
Don,
bring
Don Pettit when he said, well, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. That's what I was thinking of.
I'll go back as long as I can bring my own pillow.
I'd take a one-way trip to Mars.
I'll pay for your ticket.
No.
Jeremy will pay for your ticket.
That's fine with me.
Oh, I don't know. That's not fine with me.
What do you think you're going to find out there in space?
Well, on Mars,
aliens, bro.
On Mars, I would just simply be a person there. That would be great.
You know, walk around and be somebody's if you're robotic.
No.
What's
Hey?
that? Well, you came in hot, by the way. I didn't hear any heart music or smell any scented candles or anything.
A lot of people are having technical issues today.
Love you, Jeremy.
Love you too, Jeremy.
Awesome.
Fucking spilled hoisin sauce in my car. Fuck.
No, being one of the first people on Mars would be fantastic. I'd love it.
Well, maybe you just start saving up money because going to cost.
Flying.
It's a job. They're going to be paying people to do that. You ain't going to need to pay. That shit's going to be tough.
Well, it'll be interesting to crack open the popcorn and see what kind of way they fake whatever they're going to be faking in the future.
Oh yeah, why do you think none of this?
Come on.
Why do you think none of this shit's happened yet?
That. You guys just assume that.
Yeah. I don't assume it's going to be real either, but I know it's possible. That's the way I lean.
Oh, there'll be all kinds of problems.
I heard Moyak earlier on the stream. He said that, these are his words, he said that he would bet his children's life that the earth is a globe. And when I heard that, I was just like super cringe. Like the idea, first of all, the idea of even betting your kid's life on something, let alone something like the globe earth. It was like, wow.
Well, it just shows how certain he is.
Yeah, he's going to lose.
Certain of what?
He's going to lose his kids if he keeps down that path.
How?
Well, it's a hypothetical thing, but he said that he would bet his kid's life. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just
a thing. Obviously, I'd do this and just still lie with their evidence. Yeah, I don't believe he would actually bet his children's lives, no. But in terms of the certainty of the Earth being a globe, absolutely.
See, the problem is that you have to have a way of an independent judge.
Correct.
Well,
Slurps are too terrified to do that.
Yeah, so the way you would do it for reals is that you put money up in an escrow account, and then you have somebody who's assigned as an independent judge that will judge. Then you have clear, distinct rules for what counts, right?
I made a video about this about 2 years ago, right? I said there's a website called the National Academy of Distinguished Neutrals, who literally get paid, like they're ex-judges and blah, blah, blah. They get paid to be neutral. I'm happy to put up any amount of money in escrow to be matched by any flat earther, and we just put forward our best evidence, and then the dude decides.
There you go.
Cool.
I'm calling bullshit on that.
What do you mean you call bullshit?
The website.
I mean, not bullshit that the fact that you said what you said that you would do. I'm just calling bullshit that somebody who's going to be supposedly neutral is just going to say, "Oh, it's a globe. Okay, you lose." I mean, that's what I'm bullshitting.
They're literally paid to be neutral. That's their job.
Yeah. It's like a stable coin.
Go to the website. It's nadn.org. And they're all like ex-judges and shit.
And what are they going to tell us that we don't already know?
That you're wrong. And it's going to cost you.
Okay, they're going to tell me we're wrong, and then I'm going to have to pay them. Sounds like a good deal for them.
No, you pay me. They get paid regardless. Yeah, they get paid regardless, right?
Yeah.
You guys put up money, and I'll put up money, and then we take our respective cases, and we get to cross-examine and that sort of shit.
Yeah. And then you get rewarded for thinking you're on a delusional fantasy.
Well, you have the chance to take as much money home as you like if you can demonstrate better than I can the truth of our position.
You don't sound very confident, Merle. Don't you believe?
Yeah, sounds like you're poisoning the well already, Merle.
I'm not confident that I would get a fair shake. That's what I'm confident
Then how
about.
will you get a fair shake? Demonstrate to me how you will get a fair shake. What is a fair shake to you? A flat earther judge? What is a fair shake? This is as fair as I could come up with. If you have something better, I would love to hear it. Or you're just making excuses already. That's what
why depend on some other people to judge information? Go ahead, Chad.
Shit. God damn it! I lost my train of thought. I was going to say, Ruhiv is just expecting me just to trust anybody just because. Well, this website says, well, they're neutral. They get paid to be neutral. I ain't buying that. I'm not buying that.
Of course you're not. Of course you're not.
I know
so
I'm
how
not.
do you expect? Okay, so how do you expect to get a neutral playing field, level playing field?
I give up. How?
I'm asking you. You've rejected my idea, so what's yours?
I probably can't come up with any better one than you can.
Okay.
So if I
And yet
came
you're
up
not
with
willing-
one, you could say the same thing. Oh, you expect me to trust this shithead? You know, it's the same thing. I mean, I have to trust what you come up with, and then you would have to trust what I would come up with. So we probably wouldn't really get anywhere.
I've put forward the most neutral thing I could think of. Can you think of anything better?
No, I can't think of nothing right offhand.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay that you can't. Oh, dude, getting.
Well, I don't see any reason to do that, to bring in other people, other human beings involved that are also deceived as a young child as to what the Earth is. They have no way to verify it, validate any of it. I just don't see that being useful.
Yeah,
I think
but you know that we've been in this debate for years, right, Gio?
if somebody needs to be, if somebody wants to know the conclusion, if they're on the fence or they're unsure in whatever way, I think, first of all, this will be finalized within our lifetimes. Meaning the next 5 to 15 years will be the full finalization, and I think that's going to come through the physical demonstrative measurements of the surface.
Okay, so given that we've been here, and any experiment, you know, globers are not afraid to say this is what I expect to see on a globe and go and measure it in reality. Flat earthers can't even get past the first step. What do I expect to see in a flat earth? Give me a prediction. If I give you some parameters, you know, what should I measure if it's a globe? What should I measure if it's flat? No map, no model, no predictions, no anything. It's just looks flat to me. Honestly, that's all it is. It looks flat to me, therefore it's flat.
Okay, it's a strange thing to say because I just think it's so far from anything even close to reality on any level of what even this community has said. But if that's what you think, Ruhif, then I guess you're in your own world there with that.
Prove me wrong. Make a prediction. I've been asking for predictions for 6 months now, at least.
I got a prediction for you. Hold on, though. I need a minute.
A legitimate one, please, Jeremy. An actual.
I got a legitimate one, no doubt.
Okay. Is my audio okay, by the way? Because I'm on speakerphone in the car.
It's not great, but we can hear you.
I'll yell. That's all right.
Is my mic any better?
Yeah, Brandon, your mic's good. Listen, here's my prediction. Here's my prediction. A tangible measurement of the surface of still water will show that the water is not curving.
Hang on one sec. Anyway. All right, say it again.
A tangible measurement of the surface of still water will show that the water is not curving.
Okay. And how would we actually make that measurement?
Tangibly.
Yeah, no, but like fucking pulling a wire so taut that it's, you know, obscenely fated on the end. How would you make the measurement?
I don't know. However, we measure things tangibly.
Yeah, well, I would take a photo and say, oh, look, I expect on a globe things to be hidden from the bottom up. This is what I see.
It doesn't sound very tangible.
And that's
Photo's
far
not
away.
a measurement.
Why is a photo not a measurement? Measuring the angles at which light come in.
Like when in history has a camera been used as a measuring tool?
Every freaking day. Look up the word photogrammetry. I do it in my videos all the time. Ask Gleam. Gleam measures shit from photos.
Photos are in scientific studies all the time.
It's not tangible, Ruhif, and you know it.
In fact,
I'm playing games.
In fact, Gleam pulls a reference out. Yeah.
It's not tangible. Stop playing. It's not tangible, and you know it.
Okay, you're dismissing it. So what else would you do?
I'm not dismissing it. Did you hear my prediction? Did you hear my prediction?
Yeah, no. What? How
I
will you
clearly
test your
stated
prediction?
tangible measurement. Clearly stated.
Okay, come up with a test.
Ruhif, how do we tangibly measure some things? You're the genius.
It's your test.
Do you not know how we tangibly measure things?
Yeah, with a ruler, right? But you can also take a camera and get a photo.
Does taking a photo of something sound tangible?
It measures the angles at which light comes into the lens, yes.
And you think that's tangible? Optically is tangible? Tangible?
It's the same as you optically putting a ruler up against something and looking at where it starts and finishes.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, way different, bro. Way different.
It's a freaking measurement. Measures the angles at which light comes in to the lens.
All right, and then we're going to use your refraction measurement your refraction calculation that you don't understand after.
Jesus, Jeremy.
What's the K stand for, Ruhif? What's the K stand for in your refraction calculation?
It's a stupid argument.
You don't know. I know. We've been through it. You don't know. You're going to use some shit that you don't even know how it works. You've been telling us you know how it works for years. You know.
It's not the radius of the Earth. I will guarantee you that.
The point's been proven. You guys have been telling us you know how refraction works for years. Come to find out, you don't even know how it fucking works. You don't know how it works. What's the K stand for?
It works.
What's the K stand for?
I don't need to know what
you
every
don't know.
single variable is. I don't need to know what every single variable is in that equation to know how refraction works.
You don't sound confident. You don't come off as confident, Ruhif. I'll just say that. That's not a dig. That's not a dig or anything like that. I'm just saying that's just what I'm saying.
Okay, but again, there's money on offer for us to do a impartial presentation of our evidence. I'm supremely confident in it.
Bro, I smoked him on his K thing in his formula one day. I had the British people in here asking for my autograph.
What is this?
Did any Glover?
What is this thing, Jeremy?
There's a refractive index formula that was derived from a whole bunch of lab experiments, right? So you input the atmospheric conditions, so the temperature, humidity, blah blah blah, and it spits out a refractive index.
And you have no idea how the formula works.
I actually haven't finished explaining yet, Jeremy. I haven't finished explaining yet. Okay,
go ahead.
So there's a formula with a whole bunch of numbers in it, blah blah, and it tests the fucking compressibility of air and that sort of shit, and it spits out the refractive index. Jeremy looks at the formula and goes, "Oh, what does K stand for?" Some K has some fucking tiny value or whatever. And how do you know it's not the radius of the Earth? And I'm like, I know it's not the radius of the Earth because the formulas have nothing to do with the Earth.
But you don't know what K does. But you don't know what the K stands for.
I don't need to know what K stands for in that formula. I know that the formula produces an accurate refractive index. That's what it does. But
you don't know how. You don't know how.
Based on what?
Hold on. You don't know
how.
Based
on experiments. Based on experiments in a lab.
On a Earth that is a sphere?
No, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. In a lab, they measure the refractive index of air under certain conditions, and then they've compiled all that and derived a formula for it. I'll tell you what, actually.
Listen, you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
No, you're missing my point.
No, you're missing the
I don't care what the K is.
I know, because you don't understand.
Special K? That's a cereal, man.
Listen, you guys have been telling us for years that you know how refraction works. You know how refraction works. We've heard it a million times. I'm to find out you don't know how it works, right? Because you don't. It's all based on this formula.
I don't need to know what the K is in the formula to understand what refraction does. What I will do for you,
you
Jeremy,
have no idea how the formula works.
What I'll do for you, Jeremy, is I'll give you the old Edlin equations, right? Much more simplified, a little bit less accurate.
I've made my point, Ruhif. You don't know how the formula works. Jeremy. That's fine.
You think you've made a point, but you've actually come across as an idiot, to be honest.
All right, I know. I know, Ruhif.
I'll give you the old equations from 1930s, They're much more simple.
It's fine. I don't need any equations. I've made the points clear to everyone in the audience tonight.
Okay.
And
Run away now, Jeremy. Run away.
I'm not running away. I'm right here, Ruhiff. The point's been made, and it's been abundantly clear to everyone in the audience that you don't know how this thing works. That guys have been claiming for years that you know how it works. It's fine.
Sure, champ. Sure, champ.
Embarrassing.
Sure, champ.
And everyone I ask, I get a different refraction formula from. Which one is it? Do you have the official one, or do they?
I have the most recent, most accurate one. Yes.
You have
Like
the
I said, I can give you the old one.
One you don't know how it works. That one.
I don't need to know what K is, Jeremy. I'll say it 1,000 more times if you like.
Should
I make a video?
No, that's
should I make a video saying 1,000 times? I don't need to know what K is.
I just want to make sure that's the official refraction formula for the globe.
It's a very accurate formula, yes.
Is it the official? I want the official. Where's the official
There's
one?
no such thing as the official formula. It's the most accurate one we have at the moment.
So everyone should be on this page. This is like Einstein and Newton, you're saying?
Okay.
You got the Einstein refraction formula, basically?
It is the most accurate formula that we have to date.
Okay, did your refraction formula supersede / replace the old refraction formula?
Yeah, it's more accurate.
All right, it superseded it. That's fine.
Yep.
So if anyone's using any other refraction formula, I should be like, listen, you're not up to date.
Sure.
And you need to get with this one. All right.
Telling you the latest one.
All right, we're going to need a copy of that again. Where can I get a whole copy?
Google. Yeah, Google. Oh, sorry. Google CIDDOR. CIDDOR.
CIDDOR.
Yep. 1996 refraction.
I thought you said you had a new one.
That is the most recent and the most accurate.
From the 90s?
Yeah.
Bro.
Would you like the one from the 30s?
No, you got anything from like the 2000s?
It's accurate to 8 decimal places. What would you like?
Of a degree?
Sorry?
8 decimal places of what?
Refractive index is a unitless number, right?
A unitless number.
Yeah.
It's how much the light gets slowed down.
The ratio.
So 8 decimal places.
Ratios don't have units.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to need a copy of this. CIDDOR
1996 refraction. CIDDOR.
1996 refraction. Just Google those 3 things.
Or if you DM me right now, I'll go and give it to you in about an hour when I get to where I'm going.
No, it's fine. I'm sweeping my kitchen floor.
All right. Cool.
I need to know what all those letters. I want to know what that whole formula stands. Until you know what every letter in that whole formula stands for, Ruhiff, it's over for you guys. I mean, we made it clear you don't know how refraction works because your whole refraction is based on that formula.
Sure, champ. I'll let you think you have that win. That's
It's
fine with me.
based on Snell's law.
It just says lambda air, lambda refract over n.
We always know that Ruhiff gets serious when he starts calling people champ.
No, this was a 3-page.
When I get dismissive. That's
formula was.
Yeah.
When you pull the champ out, when you start calling people champ, we know that you're either upset or you're in a corner or something.
No, it's contempt. Champ is contempt. Anyway, last questions. I gotta go. No.
We're on to you. We're on to you, Ruhiff. We're on to you.
Okay. Okay, champ.
We're on to you, just so you know.
Okay. See you.
Oh, I gotta love Ruhiff. Seriously, you believe that shit? 3 years they've been, or I don't know how many years they've been telling us they know how refraction works. Come to find out, they don't know how it works.
Hey, Jeremy, when are you going to become a flat earther?
I mean, bro, I'm like the flat earth Jesus. What do you want?
I thought there wasn't any
Kosho.
definitive proof.
I heard Kosho talking about that shit earlier. There's not. You got some?
Bro, seriously?
What do you got? Let's see it.
Oh
Bro, if
my
there was
God.
definitive proof, no one would be here right now. It'd be over. The Globers don't even have it. What do you got?
I just don't like to hear that, man. That's all.
What do you got? I'm saying I'm with you, but like,
You know what I got? I got the good.
Hey, Jeremy,
can I get good, Jeremy?
Jeremy, can I get your autograph, bro?
Bro, after I
Amen.
You're
the champ. You're the champ. That's for sure.
Seriously, after I killed Ruhip the first time on this, and people were like cheering and shit, it was awesome.
K stands for KO.
Damn it, boy.
Champ.
Hey, I heard you got a good bet going with Kosho. You gonna change your name?
Wait, what's going? Bro, Kosho makes up more shit than I don't even know. What did he say?
No, he said that you guys got some bet going for the name Jeremy, and that whoever wins has to. Well, they get to keep the name.
No, I told him I gave him his final warning to change his name back, or that was it.
For what?
What's up?
What or what?
Or I'll mock him for a second time on some Holy Grail shit. I don't know.
There was a funny point yesterday where Kosho was arguing about, or he was assuming a value because he was talking about the it was a flat Earth prediction as well as a globe Earth prediction, and the people that were arguing with him were saying that he was assuming a value, and he kept saying no, they did not assume a value for the flat Earth part, for the flat Earth model on that website. And he kept saying the flat Earth model, but they were assuming he meant the globe Earth model, and the way he worded it, he's very sneaky. The way he worded it was that they weren't assuming the value for the flat Earth part, but obviously they wouldn't be assuming it for the flat Earth model because it wouldn't be in the flat Earth model. But the way he worded it kept it going so that they thought he was saying the opposite, and he knew it. So he kept rewording it and saying the flat Earth part, but they weren't hearing that because they were already stuck on it.
So you can confront him when it's here.
Yeah, he could. I'll take it up. But I just thought it was funny. It was actually more of a compliment on his part, the way he was arguing it. As far as being in Kosho,
he loves them hurricanes because that's a natural observed phenomenon for.
Maybe the K stands for Kosho.
Well, the Miami Hurricanes didn't do that well.
Maybe the K stands for kinda.
Maybe it stands for potassium.
Maybe it stands for kidding. How could the refractive index? I mean, how do you think they came up with this shit anyway? Like, it's just like they took an average of all the conditions that could possibly meet what their model requires for the possibility of it being the exactly what the globe model
thing with
needs.
the laser beam. Ruhip was talking about a thing experiment.
Maybe they just started with the value that they needed and worked backwards from there.
Well, seems like that's how they do everything.
The thing Ruhip,
all right.
The thing Ruhip was talking about with the lab and the shit to do fish tanks with the laser beam. We've all seen them. I've seen about 100 of them. right? They showed a laser beam. It's hitting the board in the back lower, but they're going to tell us that it's raising it up. Like how I could just turn around and be like, look, there's a laser beam. It's lower. It's not higher.
I don't know, Jeremy.
Higher.
It doesn't sound like solid proof though, right?
Just laser beam in a fish tank thing? No, it's not. It's the opposite of solid
proof.
It's the opposite of that. It's showing us the exact opposite of what they're saying. Light bends down in a medium, but we see it higher. Meanwhile,
where's
in the fish
the
tank,
Coriolis effect in that sugar water?
Meanwhile, in the fish, stop trolling me, Rick. Meanwhile, in the fish tank, we see that the laser beam's lower. We can see it lower, like they're bugging.
Oh, you think there's a contradiction with the fish tank?
Yeah, there's a big contradiction. You guys are saying light's bending down, we're seeing it higher. That's your excuse for looming and shit. Why we see the black swan, because the light's bending down and we're seeing things higher. In the meantime, in the fish tank, we see the light bending down, and then at the back of the fish tank, we can clearly see the light's lower than where it started from.
No, wait. Can you show me that? Because
Bro,
maybe I'm not picturing correctly what you're saying.
I've seen 100 of them. All right.
If I'm picturing correctly, I'm pretty sure you're wrong because I see the exact opposite.
Okay.
Picture if you can link me something so I can understand what you mean.
Picture a laser beam bending down in a fish tank, right? Shooting out horizontal. It's higher at the point where it's coming out of, and then it gradually gets lower because it's bending in a lower, denser medium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
So we see in the fish tank that the laser beam's lower than the horizontal of the origin of the source.
You see in the fish tank that what?
Bro, you'd have to see shoot a laser beam in a gradient in a fish tank. The light's
it bends
down.
downwards.
We see it, and we see it lower.
What do you mean you see it lower?
You can visibly see that the light in the back of the fish tank is lower.
The light? What do you mean?
Dot,
Seen from
how a laser
where?
beam makes
Yeah, I don't get it. Seen from where?
Let's take it all the way back. You know how a laser beam makes a dot when you shoot it somewhere?
Sure.
That dot is lower than the laser beam, than the origin of the light.
Sure, it's bending downwards.
Yeah, it's bending down. And we're seeing it lower. We can visibly see it's lower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now in the okay, here we go. We're making progress. I didn't think this was going to happen, but in the globe model, you guys are saying that the light's bending down and we're seeing it higher. The exact opposite of what we're seeing in the fish tank.
Because no. What you're seeing in the fish tank, you're looking from the side, you're seeing the perspective path of the light. Of course, the perspective path of the light is getting lower, but because it's getting lower, what you're looking at an angle. Let me give an example. So, to someone that is in the fish tank receiving that laser, they have to look upwards to see the laser that is actually on front of them. So for them, the laser looks higher. That's exactly analogous to what we claim to be seeing on the atmosphere. So there's no problem with that. You're just conflating concepts with this.
Okay, so let me get this clear. You're saying if we had a camera inside the fish tank and we turned it around to look at where the light was hitting, the light would be hitting higher for the camera inside the fish tank.
Yes, I mean, if you want to look to
how insane and nutty that
sounds. But that's obvious.
That's dumb.
That's obvious dumb, because the direction in which you see things is the direction in which light is coming. So at that point, isn't that the case? All right. So the direction you see things is the direction in which light is coming. So if that point that the laser is reaching inside the tank, if you're there and you want to see where the laser is coming from, you have to look upwards because that's where the laser is coming from. So that's where you're going to see the laser coming from.
Okay, and in the meantime, the laser beam's hitting us lower. We can turn around. If we're in the fish tank, we can turn around and see that the laser beam is clearly lower, not higher.
Sure, but you have to get out of the atmosphere to see that. That's exactly what we show when we model that from a perspective point of view.
Oh, you guys say the light's bending down and we're seeing the laser beam higher. You guys say we're seeing it higher in the atmosphere.
Exactly, that's how you would see if you were
lower in the fish tank.
Okay, I'll draw. I think that will clarify things. Can you join the stream?
I'm gonna join, even though I'm not one that needs explaining, but I'm gonna join it. Let me check this shit out. You.
I'm waiting for Jared.
Yeah, Jeremy, join the stream.
I can't right now. You guys are got to go on without me.
Alright, so explain Arma. So here's the laser, right? It does this, correct? So if a person is here and it looks to that direction, it's not gonna see the laser. It has to look higher. There you go.
Yep.
There you have it. So yeah, I mean, not that. Oh, wait. I have to check the food. Otherwise, it's going to burn. Perfect.
Okay. I've been doing that sometimes. I have the food cook in the background, and like I got the rice like boiling, and then I'm like, oh shit, because like if you put the lid on, that shit like overboils, and then like fucking, it goes crazy. But yeah, what Bacon showed though was yeah, it makes sense. Pretty cool.
No, it doesn't really make sense.
Hey, what do we use refraction for, anyways?
Oh, hold on, wait, Riggs. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? He literally just showed you what just happened. Like
yeah, I mean it's a great story. The sugar water is not analogous to the atmosphere.
Okay, well,
because what it does is it intends
rise
to
and fall though.
it intends to. No, hold on. It intends to convey an idea that it's not actually accomplishing.
But we see the effect.
So you say, okay, look, here's a light bending around. That means that's exactly what's happening around the Earth. Okay, but in reality, that sugar water is not the atmosphere, and that's not exactly how the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I mean it's. Okay. Of course, it's fine because the air, the column of air is not analogous to that sugar water whatsoever.
And that's fine,
whatsoever.
But you can't. Okay, but you can't refute.
So what?
The fact that we don't, like, we do actually, we have refraction though. Do you deny that we see, the things at the horizon, like sometimes fluctuating, like up and down, like, it's not really steady?
Absolutely. But it's actually more analogous on a flat Earth demonstration than a globe Earth demonstration, because there is no globe Earth demonstration. If you have to use sugar water, which is not analogous in any sense other than what you're trying to create, because it's not what we experience at all.
The analogy of the sugar water is just to show a gradient index of refraction.
Yeah,
that's
of
all.
course.
And,
yeah, exactly.
You do know that
Thank
with
you for
altitude,
that. That's a concession. That's a concession, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to create an outcome using something that's not analogous.
You know why? You know why we mention the sugar water so frequently? Because whenever we would come up with refraction, the default counter argument from flat Earth side was that we need a boundary to have Snell's law applying. We needed two different mediums to have refraction.
Oh, I understand.
Suddenly now the argument changed. Now everyone disagrees with it. Now everyone understands.
No, I know why you're using sugar water, because you're trying to create a demonstration that that shows the principle at play, but it's not analogous. That's the problem.
Why not?
You're demonstrating a principle, but it's not analogous to the air.
Why not? Doesn't the pressure of the air decreases with altitude? As you get higher, don't the air gets thinner?
Let me ask you. Now, at scale, is that sugar water analogous? Could you model the Earth using the sugar water at scale?
I mean, no one's.
Of course, you couldn't, because
I'm not sure.
Exactly, because it's not analogous. It's not a 1-for-1 ratio. You can't just make a model and then say, "Okay, this is exactly what's happening." All you're
things
doing
don't
is
have to be 1-to-1 to be analogous.
I thought I was speaking.
Yeah, but things don't have to be 1-to-1 to be analogous, right? I mean, otherwise, it wouldn't be an analogy.
Absolutely, it does, especially if you're claiming this is exactly what's happening.
Analogies are supposed to be not the same. Otherwise, it wouldn't be analogies.
Okay, let me see.
That's exactly. Thank you for agreeing with me. So we have a concession and we have an agreement. Thank you.
Okay, so analogous, comparable in certain respects, typically in a way which makes clearer the nature of the things compared. So I mean, it is analogous. It is analogous because it says it's comparable in certain respects, all right? Typically in a way which make clearer the nature of things compared, all right? The idea is just is to get the point across. It's to show, this effect, of light bending and whatnot, all right? I mean, it's not supposed to be one to one. It's just it's an analogy. It's analogous.
No, it's not. And let me explain why. What happens when that medium is in motion?
That's in motion. I don't know.
Nothing happens.
Go ahead and add any fluctuation whatsoever to that medium. What happens?
Oh, fluctuation in the medium is different from the having
well,
motion.
The air is always fluctuating, is it not?
Sure.
Even on the calmest day, you still have lots of motion. Go ahead and add any motion to that medium. What happens?
That creates motion in the medium is going to create turbulence. It's not going to counter the effect in an even way. So if the thing you're seeing through has no turbulence, then the motion of it is not affecting what you're seeing.
See, I see.
If you want to, all right,
go first. No, you can go. You go.
For example, in mirages, where the ground is the bottom layers of air are actually less dense than the upper ones. This is unstable, of course, because less dense air is going to go up.
Yeah, you're explaining to me what I already know. You're basically you've agreed with my argument twice now.
No, I'm not finished. I was going to say that because of that, the air is going up. It creates turbulence. So every time you see mirages, it's turbulent. It's not like a static image. It's I'm like missing words here, but it's like
notice how the laser bends too obtusely. The observation would be too large at the other end, right? So any amount of turbulence would render that observation at the receiving end like basically totally obstructed or totally like it would just be all over the place.
Yeah, it will be turbulent.
Right, but that's not what we see at all. It's not what we see at all.
Yeah, images aren't all that often turbulent, and the turbulence isn't that much. I mean, it's.
You know why it's not what we see? It's because it's not analogous.
No, it is analogous. It's displaying.
Analogous.
Yeah, you're portraying one quality out of maybe like 10 different qualities, so it's not good enough.
No, I mean all those you can invoke how many qualities you want. If they aren't relevant, then you don't have an argument, and you're trying to. We're trying to come up with.
You have to come up with a demonstration that's as close to a globe demonstration as possible, and this is anything but.
Show that they are relevant. Show wind creating refraction.
Well, first of all, you need to have a fish tank that's curved. Second of all, you need to have a medium that's not as thick as turbid water.
It has nothing to do with what I just asked.
Third, you need to add convection and motion to that water.
You're just ignoring the question now.
No, I'm giving you just some basic refutation. I'm not even.
No, that's not.
I'm not even going all the way. I'm just giving you some basic.
The fish tank is meant for a single demonstration. That when you have a gradient index of refraction, with it being higher at the bottom and lower at the top,
all you're doing is you're demonstrating that on flat Earth there would be refraction. That's all you're showing.
And that's also what you have. That's also what you have on the atmosphere. So that's only showing that. It's not showing.
We would have refraction, just as the sugar water demonstrates.
It doesn't matter the shape of the Earth. The thing is, if the refractive index is getting higher as it gets closer to the ground, light is going to bend downwards. That's what the sugar.
I agree. And guess what? It actually makes more sense on a flat Earth.
Why?
Why? Because you're showing me a flat. You're showing me a flat swimming pool.
But the shape isn't relevant. The shape isn't what it's being demonstrated.
Thank you for a third concession. Go ahead. Someone else take over.
Well, you just said that that's your point, and now I said it isn't. You concess. I mean, you're not making any sense now.
You agreed with me, but this is the third time. Thank you.
But you were disagreeing with that. How am I agreeing with you? Agree. No, I'm saying that the shape of the tank isn't what the sugar water example is demonstrating.
Love it. Keep going, Bacon. Keep doing it.
Well, I think I'm just ignoring at this point.
Are there any calculations for a certain amount of water being in any amount of distance? Like say in a mile.
None at all. None at all.
Calculation of what?
All they're showing
Because
is
of
that on a
course,
flat
then
Earth,
just put the
refraction
water
acts
in a
similar to this.
I didn't get the question.
right, right. And all I'm saying is that if you were to try to just be analogous on the refraction rate of a certain amount of water that the laser was going through, then you would have to have a calculation for the distance to said horizon, calculate how much water is inside of that, and then put that water isolated from air, and that would give you a relevant refraction rate as far as that being analogous. But even then, you have to take all the other things into consideration, like air and so on.
I'm sorry, I'm still not being able to understand you.
He's kind of breaking up, yeah, a little bit. Not
Did you
a lot,
understand
but-
him?
I mean, a little bit, but I was kind of blinking out because he wasn't asking the question to me, so I kind of
Right. Fair enough.
I'm just
But
on
it's
mute
interesting
right
how the arguments against refraction have changed with time.
He's saying there needs to be a calculation to make the sugar water analogous to the air. You need to be able to compare the values, the amount of refraction expected, so that it is scaled like a model rather than just a random demonstration.
It's not supposed to be to have the
I
same
know. That's
scale of
what
the
he's
atmosphere.
saying. All you're doing is repeat. Okay, this is what I've noticed with you, Bacon. All you do is repeat back to me what I already say, and so you're basically agreeing with me. And then you just did the same
agree
thing.
with that, you should know that what you're saying now is irrelevant. You either agree that the sugar
people that
water
are the
tank.
most
Let
honest
me finish. You either agree that
are on our side.
experiment shows that the light is bending downwards, and that's what's supposed to demonstrate, or you make claims
we
about.
don't disagree. We don't disagree with that, though.
But you
so your
were
sugar
just now
water only
saying.
demonstrates a phenomena that would happen on a flat Earth anyway.
Stop. Let me finish the sentence. Or you ask for a demonstration that the way the values are changing are the same way that the atmosphere is changing. Because that's irrelevant, because that's not the purpose of the experiment, and you already agreed with that. So it doesn't make sense for you to ask for the calculation, because that's not the purpose of the demonstration.
Cool. Well, all you're doing is showing a property that would happen on a flat Earth anyway. Like you said, the shape doesn't matter. I agree with you.
I don't think you're being honest at this point. You can't.
All I'm doing is listening to you, buddy.
Just say, let's see.
Just listening to you. I
All
agree
right.
with you 100%. Thank you for the
I don't think so.
concessions.
If you guys are kind of at an impasse for just a second, I have a question. What are the real world applications of understanding refraction limitations? Anybody?
I don't know if I know. I don't know.
Yeah, they're not scaling it anyway, Platypus, so it doesn't matter. They're just playing with their crayons and saying, "Hey, look, globe."
Oh, definitely. 100%. I think the whole you're just essentially you're trying to calculate a mirage, and a mirage I think has different characteristics each time due to weather and whatnot.
Absolutely.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't a mirage specifically like reverse refraction where it mirrors the image above? I mean, isn't that specifically what a mirage is?
And it depends on the type of mirage, but generally speaking, yes.
Okay.
I mean, they claim that there's all this science that's gone into it, and other than quantifying a natural phenomenon, I'm curious as to what kind of real world application this could have.
You would have to have a calculation for the amount of water that would be inside of the air to the visual horizon point. That would also encompass you having to have the variable of a fixed horizon. If you could have a fixed horizon and calculate said air within however many miles to the horizon, then you would be able to scale it down and demonstrate a refraction rate with this laser within that certain amount of volume of water. But without those key ingredients, this doesn't work.
Bravo. Excellent. Can anyone see if Demonk is still muted? I can't see that from my phone.
Yes.
He is? Yeah. That was only supposed to last 30 minutes.
I just unmuted him.
Thank you.
I guess where I was going with my line of questioning about real world application for refraction is, even if your calculations line up and they're perfect and they check out, you're only getting the apparent location of an object? It's not even its actual location. You're still looking at a mirage.
Well, that's why I said it's not analogous, because they didn't put any thought into it. There's no calculation to say that if so facto this is supposed to happen a certain way. They're just trying to play with crayons. If it were practical, then there'd be a calculation. We could, utilize that calculation, but there isn't any. It's just like, hey, look, light bends. Okay, yeah, I agree, dude.
Even for the fish tank, when the light's bending down inside of it, there's an object. Pretend the laser beam is a ship or something. Or I don't know. We're not seeing things. I don't think we're seeing things higher than because we're seeing it.
If you saw
Well, they do
Bacon's
one.
stream, you would have seen it though. I mean,
I was going to say they do one of those, Jeremy, the experiment where they actually have like a little photo instead of the laser on the other side of the fish tank. Right? And then the photo, you see that it's loomed up.
Then
I'm not saying that's the
laser
atmosphere.
beam.
It's still sugar water. It's not atmosphere. So, I mean, but
yeah,
they do
now,
that.
Grim, this is much
hold on
better.
a second.
This is more analogous.
I said do.
Hold on a second.
This is more analogous. This is a more honest example or demonstration, but it's still not close enough. You're not accounting for enough variables.
Just hold on a second. If you're in the hold on a second. If you're in the fish tank, you have the laser beam on. It's making a straight line across. And now pretend you're just looking behind you at the laser beam. You're going to see it lower. You're not going to see it higher. They're saying you're going to see it higher in the globe.
No, you do. That's what the problem is. You do see it higher than it is because the laser is arcing up and over. Like when they mess with the laser, and get it arcs up and over. And so when they raise the camera up and they take away the laser and you're looking at the reflected light from the photo, and they take the camera and the reflected light from the photo looks higher up.
You're shooting a laser beam horizontal.
With two cameras, you can see that the photo is still very low, yet you see it much higher than it actually is.
We're talking about the laser beam. We're talking about the laser beam.
No, both.
Okay, I'm talking about the laser beam one.
Right, I know you are, but I'm talking about both of them. Like the laser beam, when he's lower, it looks like it's up and over higher.
Okay, listen. You shine a laser beam across a tank with no gradient in it. The laser beam hits a point. It's all horizontal.
Yes.
Then you add the density gradient to make the laser beam bend down. You look behind you. You see the laser beam hitting lower. Are you guys saying we see it higher?
No, hold on. You're saying the point that it actually, like the little reflection, like, okay, so if I have a laser beam, right, and I point it at a wall, there's like the actual dot that we see, right? You're saying that dot would be lower if we look behind us. Is that what you're saying?
That's what happens, dude. That's not what I'm saying. That's demonstratable reality.
Okay, so we really need a visual for this because, I mean, by lower, I mean, okay, is it going to be hitting?
If you had inches taped out in the back of the fish tank,
on the back,
I'll grab it.
And you shine the laser beam, straight across with no gradient. It's going to be. Let's say we have it 5 inches at height, and it's shooting horizontally across, it's hitting the back of the fish tank 5 inches height. Mm-hmm. You add the density gradient. You look behind you to look at the ruler. It's going to be hitting at 3 or 4 inches, or however much it's bending. Yeah, lower. That's lower.
Yeah, that's fine
Not
too.
Higher.
Okay, yeah,
Not higher.
No, hold on. That's fine because you can have it two ways, right? You can have it either. Okay, so we can match this. Where it's two. What do you say, 3 or 4 inches? We can match that with two examples, right? Either the laser beam itself is lower, right, or we can have a high laser beam pointing down. All right, and that could also hit a lower point. All right. So with this refraction example, with the water, right? We can imagine it's the same thing as a laser beam that's higher but tilting down, all right, to get a lower, like 3 or 4 inches instead,
Well, someone tell me, do laser beams go down, or do they go straight, or do they go up?
They
In
go
reality,
down apparently.
like when we actually shoot a laser beam, where does it end up?
Yeah, straight from where I shot. Yeah.
Where do they
No,
go?
not straight. Not straight. What do you mean? Yeah, straight.
They are straight, but depending on the amount of power behind it, there's a amount of displacement.
It's not straight. We can see in the
Absolutely.
fish tank it bends down.
Well, hold on. Okay, this is a trick question. He asked,
From what I've
just asked
seen, I've
in
seen a laser
general.
beam go straight, and I've seen it shoot up. I haven't seen one go down yet. Somebody show me.
I don't know. Their claim is it's bending down just like the fish tank.
Yeah,
That's what's
show
happening
me
in
a
the
laser beam
atmosphere.
that does that.
I haven't seen
I
one,
don't.
but that's
I
not
don't
the
think
point.
it's working like they think.
I'm
So
just,
I don't know.
I'm just sticking with the
I know.
example. I'm sticking with the example, and Jeremy's, little, thought experiment, whatever you want to call it, really, right? Where you look backwards and it's slower. That can happen if, when you look back again, you to see, a laser that's higher but tilting down or whatever.
Oh, listen. Fuck what I said. I
Not
like
that it
this
would be
point
tilting
now.
down,
I
'cause
like
don't know
this
about
point
that
Riggs
totally,
made.
but
Hold on a second. I like this point Riggs made. Show us one bending down in the atmosphere in reality.
Yep.
okay, I guess I'll look.
Now,
for
Nice
one
work,
it's
Rick.
one thing, like Grimm said, here's a picture, and that picture wraps around a little bit in this medium. I'm like, all right, that's more analogous, but show me a laser, because you're showing a laser in this sugar water. Show me a laser that actually bends down and diffracts the way that you're demonstrating. I don't think I've seen one. I've seen one go straight, right? And then I've seen one shoot up after a certain distance because of the power.
When I shot up was crazy. I saw that
shoot
one.
up?
It shot up
Yep.
fucking. That was like 90 degrees almost.
Well, hold on, shoot up because of the power. What? What do you mean?
Yo, it was crazy, bro. That green. It was a green laser beam, right, Riggs? Was
Yeah.
it green?
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was over the frozen lake. Actually, that one was shot up. Mm-hmm.
And what was the distance for this?
It was over 20 kilometers.
So let me get this straight. It shot. Okay, so you're pretty much saying now. Okay, it went up.
It was
right?
a $50,000 laser.
Okay, so yeah, so you're saying okay, you only ever seen a laser shoot straight or go up, right? Now,
Right.
Over a distance, right? Yeah, now this should actually be a fucking flat Earth debunk right here, honestly, because for crying out loud, we only. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, because for it to go up, all right, we would have to assume once again, the reverse refraction. Now you could argue that okay, well I have to first see what normal refraction looks like. Normal refraction would be laser going down, right? But you're using specifically this example where it goes up. Not and you're not. You're just using.
Do you know why it goes up?
I'm sorry, guys. It took me so long. I had somebody come over, but
so
here's
it,
the
so
link to
Arma
the
goes
video.
up because.
Hold
Wait,
on,
who's
We don't
speaking?
have to argue anymore. You can see it happening in front of us.
Yeah,
There you
so
go.
this should
There
actually,
you go.
so Rick, should this be a flat Earth debunk, honestly? But go on. Why should it go up?
Okay,
Tell me why it's gonna go up.
So they actually measured with this laser over the course of a week, and they had all different conditions, and they had people in the midway point to verify what's actually happening instead of just guessing. So they had a transit. They were able to tell what the laser was doing. In
And they had an
3D
orthographic.
space.
Didn't they have an orthographic view of it too?
Of course. Yeah, they took a side view. Okay, they had different transits at different distances, so that they could actually tell what the action of the laser was doing. So what was happening was that the laser was so powerful in the cold that at a certain distance it would cook the air, and when it cooked the air, it would bounce off the cold air and shoot up.
Shoot up there, cold air, shoot up. I
That's
guess that might actually cause
So
you would have
basically the longer that the laser was activated, it would tend to shoot up because the air it was shooting through would cook. It was a very dangerous laser. But if they used it in short spurts, it would go straight. But then as they left it on, it would bounce up.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It would ricochet off the air, basically. Yeah.
Listen, I never liked this whole refraction thing. It's all a big fucking guessing game, all right? We need a tangible measurement. So I specified to Ruhif earlier, tangible. He wanted to take a picture or some shit.
So
let's watch this video in a moment of silence.
yeah, let's do that first, I guess. Yeah.
Nick West, the guy
Is
who
there any way we can put
conceded
it
to
on the
tons of assumptions.
So you're just gonna discredit this guy just because of that? Can you just watch
No,
it and
I'm
just
watching
judge
it.
it afterwards? Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know the guy.
Here comes another fish tank. Here comes sugar water.
Yeah, the argument of refraction is like diving into a pool of question marks, because ultimately we're never going to be able to isolate a consistent amount of moisture in any amount of distance.
Even that, and they're when they do this, in reality, they don't take measurements all through the optical corridor, which is what you would need to know. And now you have a whole new problem. Where is your optical corridor? What is a straight line? Your optical corridor is a straight line from you to the object you're viewing. So how do you make that straight line? That's where the optical corridor is. Or no, is it around
It's
the
just a
curve?
dead reckoning, Jeremy. I'm not sure what you're arguing.
If I'm trying,
you're just
if I have
chasing a direction.
If I have something 5 miles away, I'm looking at the top of a building 5 miles away. Right? You need to know the straight line between you and the top of that building so you can measure the optical corridor. You'd have to presuppose if the optical corridor is where it is, and then
So
take
in this
measurements.
video, he's creating compression by going up and down, but we essentially view compression by moving back. It also depends on the medium. So this is he keeps showing how things squeeze as you go down. That's just only one what do you call it? I mean, I agree. On a flat Earth, this is how it works. You know, but I wouldn't say that the atmosphere.
So the medium is denser the lower you go. So when he goes lower, he's traveling through a denser medium. Therefore, the effects are more extreme. And that's what he's showing.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. On a flat Earth, this is how. I mean, this is how it works. It works the same either way. I just don't see how it's specific to a globe. But also, the air is not an atmosphere. That's why we don't use this to demonstrate, because we're not trying to be dishonest. The atmosphere is not sugar water. This is not something we would use anyway.
Well, that's kind of why I show it. That's why I show it, because it's not specific to a globe, and it shows that effect that you're looking for could happen on not a globe as well.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'd have to
none of us
iron out the variables.
Though.
We can't ignore the effect, right? Because if we do, then we look like we're running from part of an argument.
If the air was sugar water, that would happen. But I don't think I've, like I said, we haven't seen a laser actually,
the air doesn't have to be sugar water. What you need is as many contact points. So if you think about it like as light bouncing off of many little particles, there's a lot more particles in a much denser sugar water than there is in the air, right? Yet there's a lot more distance in the air than there is in the aquarium, right? From the distance. So we're trying to hit as many particle bounces, hit as many particles as we can, just like we would hit as many particles as we could over a longer distance in the atmosphere. So it equals out in a way where it's basically scalable, because you can think of it like you have a much shorter distance in an aquarium, and to get that effect, you'd have to get a lot more contact points involved.
Yeah. So what you're saying is it's not exclusive to either model. Distance. I agree.
Right. So it's not exclusive to either model. That's the whole, why it's important to not say that this isn't a thing, or a lot of flat earthers will just throw this right away, and it's like, wait a minute, this might be one of your biggest tools to help you.
Yeah, but basically what I'm saying is, based on what we see, we can exclude the fact that the air is not sugar water. You see, Like I
Yeah, but
understand
that's
that
common
sugar
sense. We
water
know
can
the air is not
demonstrate
sugar water,
an
right?
aspect
We
of
know that.
we have to go back and forth, Grim, or this isn't going to work.
Well, no, you keep saying that the air is not sugar water. Like, no shit,
Right?
dude.
It's not.
Like, but I just completely explained why we would use. Do we have an aquarium that's 3 miles long? No. So are we trying to? You know what I mean? Are we trying to exaggerate the effect over a shorter distance? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, so that we can
You're
demonstrate.
trying to exaggerate
So
the
we
effect
demonstrate
in
one
sugar
thing:
water,
light bends
not
towards the denser medium.
not
Right?
reality.
So if we can establish that light, that's the denser medium, the lower, because the sugar is lower. As the more sugar, the denser sugar remains lower. You can measure the goddamn pH of the water. It's different as you go up and down. You can measure that.
Well, and
There's
this
more
is where I would
density in the
side with
sugar.
what's his name? Kineticism. He said, "Well, where's the calculation so that we can get it as analogous as possible?" It's because we don't disagree with an effect,
First
at
of
least in
all,
sugar water. But
if you
where's
handed
the
him the
calculation that
calculations,
we're
I'm sure he
using?
wouldn't even understand them. Right?
Grim,
Who are we
man, we
talking
got to go
about?
back and forth. You need to give me the space to be wrong so that you can crush me. We'll take
Do
turns.
you realize I'm trying to uplift you, not crush you? And you're in the
No,
wrong mode. You're in battle
I'm
mode
just
instead of
giving.
acceptance.
Yeah, I'm not saying you have to crush me. I'm just saying we have to take turns speaking, or no one can hear us, and it sucks.
Yeah, I'm not trying to defeat an argument or do anything like that. I'm bringing new ideas to the table, even if I don't believe in your table, because I'm not the kind of asshole who would do something like, just
Yeah,
not here to just win a
I'm not
game.
insecure
It's
about
stupid.
that. I'm just
Yeah.
being humble and saying that if we take turns speaking, it's a much more productive back and forth, and then everyone can hear us.
I blame it on the neurons.
You got a lot of those.
I guess that's a
Thank you.
compliment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
Grim is really smart. I just there's just like a courtesy when we're having
he's
discussion. I
right.
wish we could do better at maybe we should just have chess where we press a button so we know the next person can go.
No, I know. In regular conversation, sometimes if I hear where it's going and it's not on purpose, I just sometimes like to save time no matter what the fuck which side I'm shaving. And I'm shaving your side, and I don't mean to. I'll try to be more observant.
Yeah. So I agree with the phenomena. Okay, at least in sugar water. But we need to tighten our tolerances. We need to know if there's a calculation to get it as analogous as possible. I understand there's a curved sheet there. That's good.
It's
I've
a
never
parts
seen
per
that one
million,
before
right?
from someone else. But
Sorry to
is it
interrupt
the
you
kind of
again.
curve that we're looking for? And is it the refracted? Is it scaled refractively like what we are looking for? Also, and
Let's do this
also,
then.
do we use
We'll test
lasers
parts
in
per
real
million.
life?
You're
And
not
is that
giving me a
what's
chance to
happening?
jump in at all, right? But
So,
if we just test the parts per million and the gases of the air, I think we have these calculations, and we can find out how many contactual points in between each centimeter of cubic centimeter between here and there. We can actually do that. Like that's something
I
that's
know
not
that's why
impossible.
agreed.
And I mean, right now, like as me and you, if we could just knock this out, it's not that big a deal. Then we can work out the once we see that there's a comparable amount of contact points over a 3-foot aquarium or 2-foot, I think it's like a 2.5, 3-foot maybe aquarium, full of sugar water, as there is over 2.5 miles of 3 miles of atmosphere, right? Just think of it, the atoms between there and there,
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure we can work that out as a column.
This is where my expertise would end, though, because I wouldn't know how to validate or confirm that the math and expectation. Like I'm not good at this part of the argument.
We can have
someone
Kosho
else
check our
might be
math.
more equipped.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm sure where that's going to go.
Yeah. But I'm saying, just for the sake of the conversation, imagine that they are similar over the distances, amount of contact points. It makes sense if it's explained that way. Like you know what I mean? Like it's somewhere you could lean towards. There could be about that many contact points bending the light in that ratio. It'd be the same ratio basically over,
Well, that's what
So
we'd
therefore,
aim for,
it still
right?
doesn't prove that the Earth is round or anything. What it actually shows is that we can get a horizon off of a flat surface. That's what it shows. That we could
And
get a
I
lumen
appreciate that.
and yeah. So I mean, that's why I hate when people run from that one, because there's nothing to run from there. It's not the real boogeyman.
It's see what you basically agreed with is that what they're showing isn't good enough, and I agree with that. So if that is the best demonstration, then what you agreed with is that we could do better, and I agree with that as well.
Yeah. See, that's what I like about actually being able to finish our discussions, because then a lot of people can see where I'm coming from at the end. It doesn't look, because when people get combative and stuff, and it turns into something else. It happens so many times, it's ridiculous.
So maybe we should just we should find a way to get this calculation and get as close as possible to the real thing, so that we can demonstrate it. That would be a great win for the globe, I think. Instead of just showing us these very weak demonstrations of sugar that everybody just kind of scoffs at, we could get really precise with it, and that's what we're asking about.
Yeah.
Because maybe in the end we wouldn't use sugar, we'd use something else to get more precise. That would be great, and then see how it differs.
Why wouldn't we pressurize? Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't we just pressurize the exact same materials that are in the atmosphere, pressurize them into an aquarium, and then do it?
That's interesting, but it also may change the matter of the.
It might, but then again,
you'd get condensation and stuff.
Still make
like
some
it may
assumptions
not
in it.
Work.
Yeah, we can make some early assumptions, right? Sorry, Riggs.
No. We didn't walk over each other. I'm good.
We can make some early assumptions, right? About about what I initially was talking about, as many contact points, and we could be talking at least that those contact points are made of the exact same type of atoms as what we're using. So that's even better. It's more support, even if it still comes out exactly right. We still need to look for, well, could it be right for other reasons? Could it have just coincidentally fell on the right numbers for some particularly different electromagnetic reasons? Light being a part of the magnetic spectrum, electromagnetic spectrum, and then these elastic collisions in the gases maybe causing some sort of an interaction that would interfere with the.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
I don't know.
If we scale it, that's why the flat Earth side just kind of laughs at this, because it's kind of like it's a very, how do you call it, rough. It's a very rough demonstration. And furthermore, when we use a laser beam with a very good collimator at the end of it, I mean, the laser can go very far, and it doesn't necessarily go down. We don't see that. The end of the laser beam diffracts in a cone shape, but it doesn't necessarily shoot down. That's not what we see. So it's also something that's not demonstrated yet, which, if we ignore the laser part and we focus on like a picture at the other end, I think that's probably your better argument. And then we focus on the medium itself actually meeting the criteria of what you're claiming the atmosphere is. That would be better.
Right. Well, we would also need and I think we do have some of those, where you said we don't see the laser beam kind of from the side view.
I haven't seen a laser beam shoot down when shot leveled. No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I think that would be cool. You might, the reason why you might not see that would demonstrate that since the aquarium is flat and the Earth is proposed not to be, the reason is because the Earth is not flat and that it can't make it back down to the surface like it can in the aquarium. That might be a detrimental end to the.
Well, then the aquarium is also not analogous, which brings us back to the first argument. You see?
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. until just now. So it was not some plan or setup.
Well, but also when I was talking to
I'm
Arma,
surely going to get accused of it.
when we did use that $50,000 laser, well, not me. I'm not even going to say I did it or validated it, by the way. But what I did witness is that when I was watching the live stream over the course of the week, I noticed that whenever there was a divergence in the beam that went up, it was because the beam was on too long and it was reflecting off of the medium and bouncing upward. But when they had just turned it
Ionizing
on, it
the
was going
air and
straight.
heating it up. You ionize
Yeah,
a
it was
column of
ionizing the
air
air in
and
front of it, and
causing
it
a
was bouncing
plasma.
up after that. It was a sharp
That's exactly
curve.
right.
Yeah.
And then it can also be turned left or right towards power lines or magnetic fields.
Sure. But I haven't seen it go down. Okay. This is kind of one of the issues also. I haven't seen it go down yet.
Well, if it did go down, it would prove more of a flat Earth. Because then it would be flat. If it was curved, then it would be harder for it to reach down because it'd be curving away from it, right?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen it go down. I've just seen it go straight, and then when it ionized that air, it bounced
I
up.
wouldn't keep saying that. I know it's not helpful to the flat Earth when you keep saying.
I mean, I just haven't seen it.
It's honest of you. I appreciate that.
But also the sugar water is not analogous. Like if those contact points you're talking about, like it would diffract in such a way that it'd probably get bent down. I agree, but the air is not analogous.
Got to find the right
to sugar
ratio
water.
per distance. Yeah, exactly.
So
it's not the same thing. So we'd have to definitely try to find out the
I
the
appreciate
ratio.
this back and forth because we could sharpen the sword and try to get as close as possible to what's actually happening, and that's what Flat Earth is arguing about this whole sugar water demonstration anyway. So you know,
I wish this part of the like what we're doing here was more popular than trying to defeat each other, right? Like if like you're granting me places, I'm granting you places, and I'm not trying to step my foot in and plant a flag. You're not trying to plant a flag, and I think if it was done like this is what should be popular. We can make this fun.
Well, maybe one day I'll be smart enough to follow through with the ideas that I present at the very least. But someone else that's in this field or something is going to have to do it.
We're just going to have more kids. That's all. Get on it, kids.
I guess.
Oh, just kidding.
I guess we annoyed everybody. They all left.
Well, you had too many freckles anyway. I think we should fight for a minute. He'll come back.
Yeah, you guys are killing.
Gives people purpose. Stop fighting.
No, I mean we come here to fight. What the
it
fuck
gives me
is
purpose
this?
to tell you not to fight.
What is this?
Okay. No, when you don't fight, they're just deflated and they don't reward you for your good behavior.
Yeah.
They only like the negative reinforcement. No, I'm just kidding, guys. For real.
I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, really. I'm not here to, Mortal Kombat fatality people here, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, like, I do want some kind of heat, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's just, I don't know.
Well, if you need heat, just fucking, check your breath. I'm just kidding.
Well, I do find it pretty interesting though that when the air did ionize, it 100% bounced up. It didn't go left to right. I did not see that. No one saw that. It's pretty.
I would imagine it would
telling,
too.
I think
it tells you that hot air goes up.
Yeah, but these conditions were really cold and it was extremely windy. So it's very possible that it could have wobbled and gone left and right, but it didn't. It just went straight up. Like it could have been swayed side to side, but it just didn't happen. It just went straight up.
Right. But when when you ionize an air, then it follows an electric gradient. And since there's an electric gradient,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like that's part of the. I'm trying to build on what where you're going.
That's a huge hint. See, a lot of people don't pick up on that. Absolutely. I think ultimately, Grim, is that from what I've determined is that the Earth is probably a plane, but that this electric universe is the strongest argument on a flat surface. This is just my best guesstimate. If I had to put all my chips on the table.
I hear you.
Ready to lose your chips?
You'd be partially right, I tell you. I don't know if you'd lose all your chips.
Oh, I'd bet all my chips. Absolutely.
But you wouldn't lose them all. That's what I'm saying. You'd be partially right. I mean, it depends on who the judges are here, but you definitely got some stuff going on that's demonstrable in those two theories.
Because if it's not curved, then the electric universe would still be true. It would just have to be reimagined to some extent.
That's what I was going to say. Either way, it's an electric. It is electric either way we look at it. Because fundamentally, I think that's what's been hidden. Everything is electric and scalably. It's just been isolated and compartmentalized into different groups of physics and stuff, but they're really, even at the fundamental basics of chemical reactions, they're electric. Electrons, ions being moved around, electromagnetic. So, I mean, of course it is. Bias? Absolutely.
Well, the electric universe, at least, I mean, I couldn't be specific, but from what I've seen, there's just so much confirmation. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because they're lying about everything.
Because they can't let go of the same thing they talk to you about. They can't let go of space-time curvature. They can't let go of dark matter. They can't. It's too big to fail. Way too much money involved in dark matter research, dude.
Yep.
And shows and movies and just everything. Just so much.
And this is where we start to join the same team, because we know that they're lying, and they have to lie because of money.
Yeah. And it's really not even money, right? It's about us having to waste our time in the name of money. That's why they put in the name of God on them. And that's why they get people, you know what I mean? It's like they really tie you in like team spirity to the idea of nation and nationality.
How much money is being spent on dark matter research?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
Well, you seem to know. You said that they got to do it for the amount of money they're getting. So it seems like you got an idea. I would think, personally, I would think it's not that much. Well, you're talking your GMP.
To operate these multi-billion-dollar equipment that is designed for that very particular thing. Oh, we need to make
Moyak, we're taking turns right now. We're just chill, okay?
Yeah, I thought he asked me a question.
So yeah, no contest, no problem.
Hey, teammate.
Oh, he left.
Don't leave, man. I thought he was asking me a question. I was just trying to answer it, man. Then he started talking again in the middle of me answering it, and then was mad. And
I just said take turns because I wanted to hear your point.
If he looked into dark matter, he would see that most of it just has to do with the idea of helium. And most of the helium is all used by NASA. So all the money and all the there's a lot of money for dark matter research because it has to do with helium, and they're the #1 users.
Yeah, and they build equipment to look specifically for particular types of things that they think should exist. And it costs billions of dollars, man, to build this stuff. Who's making money building it? Nobody.
Right, and they're trying to
taxpayer
produce
money.
Yeah,
So
they're
not
trying to
making
produce
any money. Is that what he's trying to say? And that's why I was going, sorry, Dimot, that's why I was going to the point that it ain't really about money. It's about us having to waste our time in search of a thing that doesn't exist. And as long as we're wasting our time, we're not figuring shit out on our own naturally. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
Well, they're trying to produce their own story from scratch, like.
Exactly. See, this is where we align. Boy, Moyoc came right in right after you said that, huh? This is where we align. Align.
Yep. Gatekeeper.
Gozer.
How dare you join forces against one enemy? How dare you?
That's why I call him teammate, right? Get a feeling of camaraderie, you know? We argue like fucking brothers, so constantly.
Yeah, I think everybody could learn a lot more from the Electric Universe, at least as a stepping stone to better understanding.
Well, I do too. I appreciate that.
I mean, to say that they haven't spent money on CERN, the Hadron Collider.
Yeah, that shit was free, man. Right? Who made any money off of that?
Yeah, that shit was free. All these particle accelerators, yeah, that shit was free.
I mean, we found the Higgs boson particle. It wasn't exactly the boson particle. It was just the boson particle because they found it in the wrong frequency. So they really didn't find what they were actually looking for, even though they were able to cancel out whatever signal they wanted and they still missed.
Wah, wah.
So
it's funny how they have like the most level building on the planet for the longest distance, but nobody else can achieve that but them.
see, they're the real pharaoh, aren't they?
Yes.
That's like the pyramid, isn't it? I don't think the pharaoh ever fell, guys. And Rome never actually fell. They just pretend to fall, and they
exactly
through proxy they just change different templates of rules. So you all think that we all have different situations, but see, they were the Chinese, they were the Germans, they were the, they were everybody already. That's why they did is they bred into all of the races so that they were of all races, and that they weren't any one race. And then they use races as a separative tool for us to, because we do not at all understand if through the media and the books and everything that we've been trained to believe, a brotherhood between races. Even though they have a Chinese brother, a fucking Indian brother, a Russian brother, a German brother, and they're all absolutely 100% related and family, and they look completely different, absolutely different phenotypes.
Look how hard they've implanted the competitive gene into everyone by actually casting the spell race. If we're different races, does that not mean that we're opposed, or are we not racing each other?
Opposed is exactly the sentiment you'd get from that terminology vernacular. Yeah, that's what I see. It makes perfect sense. A race. Just the word race is
they're trying to highlight the competition between peoples instead of highlighting their unities.
Yeah. And allowing us to focus on things like the bigger picture. Since there's such a bigger picture, so much bigger than that, you can't see.
This is another reason why they interjected the term gender in the place of sex. Also anything that strikes division.
In a minute, I'm going to have to ask you to step on your own surfboard, though. We're a little too closely aligned. I'm kidding.
Like, at what point was the term gender necessary if sex was already there? Like, it can only serve to divide within a subset that is not necessary.
Division. In the name of unity, though. Isn't that
Yeah,
weird?
I do believe that the gender card was played as one of the last nails in the coffin to permanently bust up any form of family that we had left.
Do you think it's any coincidence that they use a guy's name that sounds so close to gender to be that family example of busting up family unity in a family on the Kardashians? Bruce Gender?
So apparently the term gender was first introduced in a title in 1982. So before that, there were no genders.
They were Gentile.
Ooh,
And I could be wrong. Let me see if maybe my research is bad. My Google foo.
The Gentile.
Smells like some fruit juice.
Yeah, but I think just like the idea of a group or whatever, that the idea of a Jew is just a group like moving to like, which group has always wanted information and why? Like the only thing really that made any of these like Jewish families or these secret families or these news families or these CIA like is the information they stole or gathered or switched or snitched on someone to tell someone else. Like,
yeah, well, you got to make someone really paranoid in order for them to do that. So you tell them that they're persecuted by everyone, and it's justified in their nature to be sneaky bastards and infiltrate everything.
Wow.
And then it's easier to do a thing like that when
how do
you've
you
been
just follow
told.
rich everywhere though? Like you're Jewish and they're like all these Jewish.
That's why I say they're victims too. Sorry.
Weird, right?
Right. Well, the information goes hand in hand with keeping control via blackmail. That's where mafia comes from.
Right. And like the mafia and all that, yeah, all that shit through the government coercion, yeah. But how, like, okay, the atom bomb per se. I was looking at the little story of it, and it's like this little family. It's like, oh, this family, this guy, 5 daughters, or whatever, and one of the little buck-toothed daughters stole the atom bomb from America. Like, what the fuck? But like a Jewish family pops up rich, just rich in the middle of shit, doing what, like, how are these little families? They're just always rich. Like, from who?
Well, remember the original slave owners? That's slave money. And they blamed all the slavery on white folks because Jews look like white folks. And they were the crown people who came over with most of the slaves. And the plantations that held most of the slaves were owned by Jews. But they promote Whitey did it. Whitey was too stupid to do it.
I mean, do you really picture yourself back in the past whipping another human on the back or shooting another person for no fucking reason at all? Like, I mean, just
fuck no, dude.
Seriously, for fun, just like jumping off your horse and just shooting helpless people by the hundreds, and all your bullets are out. Then you get on your horse, you go back, reload, and come back.
Mortified by the idea, dude.
Right.
Yeah.
And to me, they think they did something great. Like, oh, we were great. We did this cap. Oh, general fucking shit pool. To me, it's weird, man. Like you went and hurt homeless, helpless people, like they didn't have nothing to protect themselves except the woods itself. You came with fucking bullets and you could shoot 6 shooters at them, and now all they could do is load up an arrow if they had enough. They had to make the time to make an arrow, and you're manufacturing thousands of bullets a minute. Come on, man.
Wouldn't even make any sense, dude. Honestly. But there's somebody did it though. There were some damn cruel people, you know? And I think a lot of it has to do with ignorance and fear. And people are afraid of things they don't know about. You know, so it's easy to rile a group up against the different group that they don't know much about.
And when you're the presenter, and if you're the presenter of the news, couldn't you just write yourself in as being the wealthy family and keep printing? And like, you know, it just starts with some pieces of paper and gossip, like you said, you know, the propaganda, the blackmail from like things that you get people to do and find out and see, you know, and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll tell this if not this, or you know.
I think blackmail is a big tool, and it used to maybe be seen as the biggest tool, but I think the largest tool is actually their religion and the way that they feel the world is against them in a way where they makes them absolutely paranoid. If they're followers of the religion, it makes one paranoid.
They're
And a paranoid person needs to back himself up, protect himself, plan B, plan C, plan D, you know? And so that's why they don't mind doing the things they do.
Do you remember how they explained the pharaohs used to be like cutthroat, and if somebody stabbed you in the back and jumped in the throne or whatever, they got the throne, or like in that instance, how could anyone ever go back and figure out who's related to who? Like when in an instance, whoever stabbed somebody, like another person out of nowhere that wasn't a bloodline of anything connected to shit, like didn't do. I mean, they just killed the other person.
What the fuck? Mac is dead?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Dude, I just saw that. That's intense.
Oh, that's wait. I need
what happened.
Something needs to be explained. That I'm sorry, guys, but this is. I just heard Mac got unbanned from Facebook, and now apparently he's dead. Is this true?
Who's Mac?
He used to go by Flat Earth Fokker.
Oh.
Well, that was his channel. I think he's had multiple channels taken down, but yeah, I don't know, Riggs. I'm just seeing what Travis just posted, so that's the first I've seen of it. I tried Googling and trying to look up, see if I can find anything.
Yeah. Let me read this. Apparently, his wife found him in the bathroom this morning, and she doesn't know anything else. But maybe she does. I don't know.
You guys remember Jimmy Jedi?
This was 4 minutes ago. So
you found that from Googling or from somewhere else?
I'm on his. We're Facebook friends.
You guys remember Jimmy Jedi from a long time ago?
Heard about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Poncho Pete, Jimmy Jedi.
Yep, he passed away a while back. That's what Merle told me.
Yeah, I think I heard that.
Pretty sad, But you know how mortal we all are, right?
Yeah.
And that's the bigger picture. That's really the bigger picture. The humanity of blood, sweat, and tears, you and me, our families, our children, you know, just everything we exist and are supposed to stand for in like a nature idea of design and creation and just building together. And like, I don't know. To me, like we're supposed to make structures and designs and be awesome and make shit so big and cool, like a fake man-made flower or something out of a building. But we got garbage, squares, Legos.
Oh yeah, I'm all about that natural contour stuff.
I still think back to the termites and the insects, and they still have like structures that we can't reproduce. We can't like mimic.
Wouldn't it really be cool though to have like you know, to live in, let's say, like a giant, it looks like a palm tree, and then that down at the end of the leaves are pods of where people live, like maybe a willow or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's kind of how they do it. There's a group of termites that do that. They like go up the side and over around. You know, the branches go out in an arc and come. They build the whole thing all the way to it, and like next to it and against it. Pretty badass. Exactly like that. That's cool.
Shit, yeah.
Yeah, they use arcs.
You know, from outer space, it would just look like giant trees.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, you know, nobody there.
Or coral or something, yeah, like or a plant or a design, you know, just a natural design.
Yeah, did you guys see what I posted? It was the FDA that basically when they were testing mice over the last 3 decades, they at some point they changed sex to gender in the classification in their documents, and it was in 2011 that the FDA made a distinct difference and said, you know what, we're going to start using sex again for all these mice that we're testing on. but now gender is going to be appropriated to people and their expression. So the FDA made this some kind of decision that gender was actually something we needed and what it would be used for. It wasn't the people, it was the FDA.
Well, it started from the people first, right? The quote unquote professors and authors, and then the FDA was hounded, just like everyone else is hounded, that if you don't follow these, guidelines, whatever, and then they implemented it, right?
I don't know. All I know is that the FDA is a governmental body basically telling us how to differentiate people.
100%.
Remember, they're non-elected governmental body.
Yeah.
It's the same as the CDC and WHO and all those other, acronyms. But yeah, it did come from the actual professors, quote unquote, these people that have these PhDs and are, in women's studies and all this other stuff that created these constructs that we just all make believe, and we can all make our own truths, and nothing is actually real, and so we can do what we want. And then the FDA followed suit because of them creating lawsuits and all these different things, and creating this pressure on them, and that's how things get done. Like, it's like the squeaky wheels, right? We're seeing that today with so many different things.
That's why I believe we should all be a part of the election process. All, even for the scientists who are involved as well, because I think that they think that we're just so stupid that we couldn't possibly elect, scientists due to our recognition of them being biased or non-biased, or particularly, one way or another, if we like their work or not as well.
Well, that makes me want to ask you, do you believe in the election process? Because I don't think we can actually elect anyone.
Yeah, I wish I could believe in it. I'm asking for an actual election process, not this one.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
The FDA is a labeling service for products, right? This is how it's defined that their funding goes towards. So right as this gender issue came about, and they became the ones to then enforce the labeling, okay, that was right at the turn of all this transhumanism shit, where they started looking at, instead of blocks of humans as consumers, they started looking at individual humans as the actual product.
Commodities. Commodities,
right.
Exactly. So they turned us into commodities outside, not through proxy this time, but to ourselves, so we would accept and be conditioned to the idea of it. Opening a new exploitation, 100% across the board, with products and injections and lobbying for different laws to get younger and younger people more of these products. You feel me?
Yeah, just to jump into the point, I didn't mean to cut her off, but she was saying, you believe in the electoral process, and it's really funny that any of us would have any opinions about whether we think it's right or wrong or works or not without understanding how the delegated voting system even works. I mean, when you go look at the definitions of the delegated voting system and the electoral college, it is very specific about how it is that the vote of the people has nothing to do with the people that are decided from who are already in positions of power.
So true.
Yeah, the election process, it's not even a process. It's a joke.
We'll have it's like having, God damn it, a council of people who are actually already in place that say they're taking our votes into consideration and then giving us whatever they want to give us as if it was what we wanted. You guys wanted Biden. This is what you wanted.
Let's go, Brandon.
Well, isn't it Wouldn't it make sense or more sense if we don't like who we vote on, we can just vote no? Like no vote?
Yes.
See, but they don't even
Yes,
do
do
that
over.
because because
Give us
then
new
they even
people.
confuse it, right? So even if it was like something where it's like you want to vote no on something, you actually have to vote yes because it's in the wording, and
Yeah.
so people then get confused because the way that they word it, like they know
It's a
what they're
dichotomy.
doing. Yeah, the divide and conquer is strong for sure.
It's not. See, this is the trick, though. The dichotomy is not vote this person or that person. The dichotomy is that you either vote or you're considered a non-voter.
Yeah.
Shame. Shame.
This
You
is
didn't
not.
consent
It's
to your
not. It's
rule.
also not analogous. This is another sugar water problem because just because I don't vote doesn't mean I'm not a voter. It means I don't believe in the people that are up for the task.
Yep. Totally.
But they
Even
can
if you just mark
interpret
one
it any way they
person.
want. They'll interpret it in the other way, right? On purpose, just
Exactly.
so that you're demonized, though.
Yep.
And there's where we live.
I mean, the thing is, it's super funny, but I still vote, even though I do not believe in the voting system whatsoever. I'm like, by the slim chance, you know, even by the hair on my skin, if my vote actually would ever be counted in the state of California and Silicon Valley, you know, as somebody who is not a Democrat, just
But Shines,
maybe.
you know what that is, Shines? That's Squid
Skin in
Game.
my teeth.
It is Squid Game.
That's Squid Game. You
With
signed
all
up.
that-
You get what you get.
With that being said, okay, I do believe that the democratic voting process within a constitutional republic does work on a local level if that hasn't been compromised at some way or another, right? I believe that the people that we put into power as our governors, as our mayors, as our sheriffs, so on and so forth, I believe that these people hold the ultimate power to maintain the individual's freedom. And ultimately, if you don't partake in the local politics, I think that that's the only one that matters, right? You could vote for whoever you want for president all day, but it's been demonstrated time and time again that is not how the system works and is defined to be so.
There are two things that you said there that I want to touch on, and the first one is I appreciate you amending democracy with the fact that we are a constitutional republic, because we are not a democracy, right? We are a constitutional republic. But the funny thing is that the Democrats name themselves that because they have always wanted us to be a legit democracy where it is actually mob rule. And they're trying to get rid of the electoral system. They're trying to get rid of so many things to make it where the majority actually wins. They're pissed off how the majority voted for this person. Why didn't that person win? Because we're not a democracy, because it's two wolves and a sheep deciding what to eat for dinner, right? And basically, how many places are there where even the local areas are not compromised? I mean, it is so compromised, it's not even funny. I mean, if you watch any trial ever and you look at like the jury pool and like how they answer questions and how things are run, even in just our justice system, or like on a day-to-day basis, like, or just dealing with flat earth versus globe, people lie. Like, so many people lie, and it's like the golden rule, but people will lie, cheat, and steal, and they have no qualms about it. So I don't have any faith in it, but I still show up and I do my duty, and I'm like, you know what, I'm still going to check these boxes because I hope that someday this will actually work, and whatever I can do to try and help make that change to where it will actually work, where people are honest and we have honest poll workers and honest people behind the desk, like, that would be awesome. And so I do try and put my best foot forward, but quite honestly, I have no faith in any city, any jurisdiction, anywhere in this country with the way that we are running our elections right now, especially, sorry, I know I'm monologuing, this is my last point, especially when most actual democracies that are also republics do not use any kind of machines whatsoever, and they only do hand counts. And they have people from both parties standing right there, and everybody's watching each other, and they get it done on that night. Yet we have machines, and it takes days after to still calculate the vote. It makes no freaking sense whatsoever. That's I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Now, can
I'll
I just jump in with two quick things here while I've still got phone reception? Number one, interestingly, here in Australia, right, we like you guys, we're given basically a dichotomy to pick between the red and the blue. But there is within our electoral system, there is an ability for the people to actually turf out everybody. If enough, there's a format, there's enough people fill a thing in that says, I hereby declare that I don't believe anybody on the ballot is able to properly represent my best wishes and whatever, blah, blah, blah. So curious, why isn't that option given to us on the ballot, on the ballot box?
It's called the Second Amendment.
It should be something that we can, as the people, choose. You know what? Dissolve the entire parliament. We think they're all assholes. That's my first point. The second point to what Shines was saying, I heard last night that Australia is now going to, or is now introducing those bloody Dominion voting machines that you guys had for those electronic things for the last. Exactly. 100%. I looked at my mother-in-law told me, I said, you are joking. She said, no, I heard it today. Australian government's bringing in Dominion electronic voting machines for the next election. And I thought, we are screwed.
What do they think? You guys are stupid? Do they think we're all so stupid?
Yeah, they do.
We are stupid.
No, I mean,
well, obviously, I mean, look at what's happening
I know
today.
the answer
People
to
don't
that.
stand up
I'm
for
just saying,
anything.
shouldn't that piss so many people off? I don't understand why
Yeah.
people are like.
But
Is
everyone's
it really the fucking fluoride in the water?
Maybe.
Yep.
I think everybody's waiting for the other person to do something. We're all sitting back like, when is somebody going to do something?
You saw the minnow stories, right? The minnow studies with the fluoride, the hexafluoroacetic acid in the waters, right? It's not natural fluoride; it's different, and they added a little to the water and the minnows swam out in front of the bigger fish as if they forgot that the bigger fish were dangerous.
Do you have a link for that? That's really interesting.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. If that's truly what would happen, it's affecting something in the brain where it's like it's okay, just chill out, man.
Speaking from Australia, let me just give you this. Like we hear this story. Oh, America, we've got 300 million guns, and the rest of the so-called free world looks to you guys like this pillar or bastion of freedom and hope for us all. But you guys are getting steamrolled as well. Like we are just allowing ourselves to be crushed, even though you got 350 million guns sitting in closets somewhere. You're still getting almost as arse raped as we are. So at what point does somebody stand up and say, you know what, we've had enough of this. Let's march on City Hall and take the thing back.
Well, listen to this. So there was and I can't stand the guy, Charlie Kirk, from TPUSA, whatever, however the acronym goes. But somebody stood up at his event and said, January 6th, of course, was not this insurrection that they're talking about, right? It wasn't an armed insurrection. When is the point that we can bring our guns and actually do something about what's going on? And the media had a freaking heyday over this guy's question. And it's an honest question. Like, when is this point? Because people are ready. Like, that's literally what's happening and it's in not just the USA, and you guys unfortunately don't have, the arms to do anything, right? And so that we're seeing so much more brutality in your streets. From my perspective here in the US, I see so much that's going on in Australia where I'm like, whoa, that place it's so far gone. I don't know how they can ever get back. But we're still having things here, but we're much bigger, right? And there's, the big cities and all this land in between, but still, like, when can we do something? Like, when is that point? When is it?
You have to take into consideration that what is actually happening is that they are trying to obtain the result that is necessary for them to carry out what has already been planned, which is foreign troops, which is filling up these re-education centers for political dissidents, right? So I understand standing up and fighting for freedom. I understand all that. I live up here in Alaska, and I'm born and bred about as American as you could absolutely fucking think. But, pardon my French. But again, if we all take this stand that we're going to fight against something that ultimately is wanting us to rebel to then carry out their next plan, we have to go about this a little bit smarter. This is all And then for the fluoride too, it just so happened to be that the same year that the fluoride went into the water supply, they took iodine out of salt. Iodine and fluoride are halogen metals. You take one out and you can replace the other as far as its frequency within the thyroid. This is where obesity has started, and many other cancers as well.
Okay, both of those statements, I agree with you. I think that that's what they're begging for. They're literally blaming it on one side and saying, "Oh, they're causing civil unrest. They want a civil war. They're the ones creating it." So if somebody does stand up, they'll say, "See, we told you so." Right? Like there's just so many nuances and optics to all of this that it's absolutely insane. And I think that's why it's such a good question is, where is that tipping point? Like, and we can't even really organize. It's so funny that we have the internet and we're less organized now than people were when there was just ships and letters, right?
No,
we're
way
it's
organized.
way less I don't think we're organized at all.
We're much more organized than we were, I think.
You think we are?
Well, I think we just don't realize it because there's no context. But the fact that you can call people and and stuff
well,
like that.
That's what I mean. That's exactly my point. Like we have all this opportunity to be organized, but we can't organize because as soon as you start to organize, they have a tap on it and they shut it down. Back then, it was like letters and stuff like that.
The other answer to that question is the idea that you're saying, like, first off, I don't think people have exhausted their legal remedies. So, like, you would have to exhaust all your legal remedies before you would take the next step towards anything ridiculous. You know what I mean? But I was going to bring up an interesting point because you were bringing up the election shit. And I thought this is interesting. I learned this today. It was that guy, Youngkin. You know, he was a CEO or something for like the Carlyle Group, and like they like helped create like the Dominion software.
Yeah, it's funny that they're celebrating him because he's just another operative.
It's
like I
so
don't get why.
interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I agree.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, I would say to the question of like, when do people like rise up? Like, and also the other thing is this, is that I look at it like, because you understand that every time you organize, they're just going to infiltrate and whatever. And I've often said anyway, the problem with people is, especially people that rave against like, capitalism and all the rest of it. The thing is like, if you tried to put together a fucking bake sale with people based on good intentions, like it wouldn't go well. But if you're going to pay them $10 an hour, they'll do the fucking job. And the thing is, also that like it tells you that there's an individual system, like again, like this system of a constitutional republic is to defend the individual, not the collective. But if all of the individuals are stepping up and acting correctly, then like it is a better collective than like whatever. Because really the beauty of our legal system is that you can be one man against a million wolves. You know what I mean? And you can fend it off.
I believe that the only out of this situation is that when you say stand up, I believe it would be the act of everyone to start growing their own food, to start homeschooling their children, to start plowing their own fields, to not rely on the system that ultimately we think that we need to change, when in the system that itself is what's systemic and has become the problem that we seek to avoid.
Well, I think
I should stop. So your suggestion. So your suggestion. I don't know about perfect, but your suggestion is I should stop. Let's say I have a job and I deliver gas to a gas station. I should stop doing that and plow my field.
Well, not literally, Jeremy, but
what I'm
it's more
saying
romantic
is
than that, Jeremy. Taking away the romance, Jeremy. Come on, dude.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Well, and it's funny because I'm faced with a lot of placid personalities that say the same thing that you just did, because they have no admiration for what it is to be truly independent. And being from where I'm at and growing up poor like I did, not having the ability to go to the store, not being able to, but then living an entirely awesome, free, and fulfilled life on top of it, I understand the value of where it was that our independent freedoms became constitutional. Everything that we've been taught through this consumerized faction of crap that we've had shoved in our heads is not what freedom is about. So continue, please, by all means, to take that gas to the gas station, because I need to fill up my car. But every ounce of money that I make is going to go into securing my future outside of the system that deems my future theirs.
I hear that.
I just want to chime in and say that what I was saying that this is perfect too is when you mentioned, I don't know about perfect, you talked about infrastructure. And so, yes, it comes down to community, and community means infrastructure. That means garbage. That means building. That means all the things that infrastructure requires, right? And so people should be doing those things, policing, firefighters, whatever. But when it comes to like public education, people should be taking their children out of public education, homeschooling as much as possible, so that the public education system can change, right?
All right, listen, Mike, I have a job. I deliver gas to a gas station. So instead of doing that, I'm going to, homeschool my kid. Who's going to bring the gas to the gas
No.
station?
That's not what I was saying at all. I think you're missing my point. I was saying that infrastructure is important. So if somebody is delivering gas, they should still continue to deliver gas if, they are allowed to under their own personal freedoms. If they aren't allowed to under their own personal freedoms, then yes, they should stop doing that so that the infrastructure begins to crumble. And then the government is like, holy crap, we need to do something. Otherwise, this whole entire nation is going to falter, right?
But that's how you
So
become
the infrastructure is super important.
That's how you become a Venezuelan fucking country, is because
No.
the garbage gets piled up because the workers
Exactly, and that's my point. See,
right,
then that's my point. I don't think America would allow to do that.
Living in your own
They
shit.
have America's
Exactly,
doing that
because I
right
don't
now.
think that. No, they're not doing that. It's not to a point where it's anything near Venezuela or anything along those lines. I think that we're already witnessing it with the airlines and different things that are happening where people, even with the mandates, they're standing up and like, I'm not going to do this. We're seeing
you're right, though.
The hospitals aren't
right.
at full capacity. They're only at full capacity because so many nurses and doctors are no longer there because they're not going to be taking the jab, right? And so it is literally crumbling what is already there. And the more that this takes place, the more that the government is going to be getting pushback, and all of this will be witnessed, right?
Is the thing. They want to destroy everything.
We have garbage.
That's the problem too. It's
Then
like,
why would they want to destroy it so much that we cannot have a nation anymore, and we're so weak that any nation can come in and take us over?
Because they work for somebody else in another nation. They work for another nation. That's the problem.
Okay, well then that's a good. Then that adds a different perspective. So if we're saying like, they're working with China and they want this place so weak that China can just come in and take it over. I mean, why would they even want that?
That's an illusion. China and us are on the same side.
Yeah, well, I know they already are. I know they already are. That's what I'm saying. But why would they want them to completely take over so that there is no more facade? Like, it just doesn't. Because I mean, if you look at Russia and you look at China, it's pretty much the same thing, just a different name, brand. I mean, so I guess basically they're just trying to get everyone on the last bastion so that everyone's in communism and there is no more.
This is why I don't appreciate when someone says we should exhaust our legal options, because it kind of sounds like we're in a. I mean, what's the national debt? Kids can get arrested, or their parents can get fined for selling lemonade on their porch. We're beyond. We're beyond.
Right, but the question is this, right? And it's a long, dragged out question that I've talked about for years out here. It's the idea that, like, who does the U.S. owe, right? Well, they owe a creditor. Well, who's the creditor in the system? The creditor, let's say, is you not identifying yourself as the citizen, right? Because you're the guarantor in this relationship. You gave over a birth certificate of birth, part of an old agreement called the Cesta KV Trust, right? So you're this grantor, the generator of the currency that you gave them. The evidence is that on the back of the Social Security card that they gave you to represent your citizens, you could do banking, is a number. And that number is on a dollar bill somewhere because you granted them the right to discharge it. So it's the responsibility of the United States and all the United States citizens, which are the collateral on the national debt. The United States is obligated to pay you, but because you think you're a United States citizen, right, and not like, let's say, a child of God in a system that says, in God we trust on the money, and in the courtroom where the bench, which means bank in Latin, is where the judge sits, it's like, instead of us trying to discharge the national debt using like this right of like, the Uniform Commercial Code based on the fact that it's the language of the international bankruptcy, like, you could request the charging instrument under UCC 9210 and discharge it under UCC 3603. You know what I mean? And motion for the dismissal of the case and discharge of the agreement. But
How
the
did
thing
that
is,
work
we
out for you?
haven't fucking exhausted
How
our
did that
fucking
work out
legal.
for you, though?
Well, it works out great, Doc. Yeah,
Has it
works
worked
out.
out
Well,
for
I'm just
you?
saying, like, once you understand their legal game, and I only know because I've been in front of these judges. Now, granted, I've failed before, dude, because no one's really taught me this shit. You know what I mean? I was in it, done it myself, been in the jail for 3 days, like all the fun, dude. But the point is we haven't exhausted our legal remedies. And the thing is that when I hear people say that we have without fully understanding or comprehending
No, I'm not saying we
the
have. I'm
intricacies of
saying
it.
we don't have to play their game. Like
Well, I would dare say,
it's not our burden to play their game. It's their government. They should be
how's it working
representing
out
us.
for you?
The government is there as a tool to serve us. We don't have to
Well,
play their game.
here's my issue, right? Here's my problem is I'm such a technician when it comes to this because government, right, just means control of the mind. So like I love my government because I control my own fucking mind. And in a system that's built for self-government, right? In a system wherein I know that I'm the priority security interest holder that can discharge any interest against the collateral, right? That I know that fucking they're gonna have to provide a charging instrument. And they've done it for me. So when people say that we have exhausted our remedies, I'm saying this is an intellectual battle. And I get animated about it. And forgive me,
This
it's
is
just
interesting. Really quick, I see both of your guys' side. I see I say and Riggs. You're saying let's play their game, let's beat them at their own game. We can do this through this before it has to go anywhere else. And Riggs is like fuck their game. Basically, like we don't have to play this game. We can create a new game and we can say, no, we don't want this. I think that there are many things within our government that are quite beautiful if they were actually done by the rule of the law, right?
Yo, they
if
are
people were
done.
actually honest. No, because people aren't honest. Judges aren't honest. Lawyers aren't honest. Juries aren't honest. Workers aren't honest. Humans are not honest. We witness this in the court of globe versus flat Earth every
well, no,
day,
I
and
tell you what,
everything in between.
let's
People
look at a
lie
really,
all the
can I look
time,
at a
and
really
they cheat.
premise with you? Can I look at a really simple premise? And this is the thing that grabs me, especially it's like flat earthers, I would hope it would sink, is the idea that, like, if I were to ask you, like, where do you live? And I don't want you to dox yourself, but if where do you live? Where you know what I mean? Like, where
I'll
would you
tell you,
say?
I live in Silicon
Don't
Valley,
tell
California. I really don't
don't
care.
dox yourself.
I have
Don't
nothing to
dox
hide.
yourself. Don't fucking don't do that.
Nobody's
Just
gonna
tell me
find me.
the
Hang
general
on, you guys.
vicinity.
Silicon Valley.
No, okay, look like this. I don't even want to. Forgive me for even asking you, but my point is this though: that would be a lie against God, right? Because the idea is that you live in your body. So if you were to say you live at 123 Jump Street, that's a lie against
No, but it's
God,
not because that's where my body resides,
right?
which
But I'll tell you like
I
this: are
reside
you
in.
your
So
body?
I
Take it out.
myself,
Take it out. Take it out.
this is
Are you?
this is legalese.
No,
What
no,
you're
I'm
doing
not
right
talking
now
legal.
is a
No, no,
form
no.
of
I'm not talking
legalese.
legalese. I'm talking like a semblance of like. There's a semblance of biblical. Is what I'm saying is like the idea is that if I were to say to you, where do you live? Like I'll ask you. Like again, it's like the idea of like, do you like so you do you think that you are your body?
No.
Okay, so when I ask you that, would it be true to say that you live in your body?
Yes, and my
Okay.
body
So if you were to
resides in a
say, so
certain
if
area.
someone were to, okay, so if someone were to ask you, like, where do you live? And you said anywhere but in your body, wouldn't that be like false?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why you're being particular, and I
Well,
get
I
what
thought
you're saying.
legal,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And yes, I do reside in my body, and my body is sitting in a chair in the grand
right, but
scape
that's not
of
what
the
I
Bay
asked. Let's
Area.
do this now. Next
So,
question. If I were to say this, who are you?
well, that's a very tricky question. And if you look at my actual photo, it gets curiouser and curiouser.
Right,
And
but check it
I have
out.
changed 1,000 times
Okay,
since this
so
morning.
my next question is
Not familiar.
can your spirit be photographed?
Yeah, the spirit of me can be photographed through images, through my face, and how I am behaving in certain actions, through my facial expressions. You can see the spirit of me through that reflection that I'm giving. That's how people are able to understand you know,
Well, I would
how I
dare
am
say, I would
coming
dare say,
across,
like,
tone of voice, facial expressions,
I
things
would
like
dare
that.
say, like, the spirit is something separate from the body. You know, it's what maybe animates the body.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It
Okay,
animates the
so like,
body, and so the
okay,
animation
so
of the body
my
can be
my thing is
photographed.
this, right? When someone were to say to us, you know what I mean, in this complex legal system, who are you? And if we were to simply relent and, let's say, play the game of the name and all the rest of it, like, you know, without any form of recourse for ourselves, you know, legally, I think we do ourselves a great disservice. And I think that I think our legal, our legal recourse has not been fully exhausted. And I would dare say that until that is taken away, then I think, you know, but I think a lot of
Who's going
people
to
think that it's
comply
taken
with
away.
your legalese? Who's
What's
going to
it?
comply with this? Like, who's going to
I'm not
comply
trying
with
to get anyone.
your
Well,
dude?
I'm saying, like,
It's
the
not,
judges,
you're
the
saying that we
judges
should
understand.
exhaust this tool that's not, it's not functional.
I mean, I've seen it work for myself. I don't know what to say. Like, in the
Okay.
sense that, I've seen, like, you know, for instance, like, there's a
Like what?
complex fucking idea here. Like, the idea of, you know, to be able to get the charging instrument, or what they call a charging instrument that they hold against the defendant, and the idea that you could discharge that instrument, and that, you know, in law, there's like so much room to negotiate. We have the unlimited right to contract. And all I'm trying to say is that with a system such as ours that has ecclesiastical tendencies, it would be ignorant to overlook the specifics with which these people dominate this game. And it upsets me that people won't look into the intricacies of these things and be quick to go to the next level. And when you go to the
You
next
think the
level,
criminals are going
it
to
goes
stop in the
right into
tracks and
their
say,
hands.
"Hey, man, you got a good point"?
What is it?
You think the criminals are going to stop in their tracks and say, "Hey, man, you got a good point"? You're out of your mind.
Well, it's not that. It's that the judges understand the dude. I've seen it happen, dude. It's really weird. It's really cool. There's words. There's just it's part of their game, and I'm not no sovereign nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I think that shit is a ridiculous psyop. I'm just saying that the system provides a way, and I think that is until we understand that, we haven't exhausted our legal our legal remedies. And forgive me for getting off topic, but the thing is that every time I see that step in that direction where people trying to want to go in that direction, it reminds me of, like, my grandfather, like, he was in the Navy or something. I was like, teach me how to kill someone. He gave me an algebra book. And he's like, when you can read this, then it's like, because the idea is like, yo, chill out, killer. Nobody wants to go there.
I have to say, I would love to see us beat them by their own game, and I would love to see people actually be honest and stand up and stand in the court of laws and make real laws and be honest and elections to work. Like, if this system actually worked, it would be a very beautiful thing, but we need human beings that are honest, and we just do not have that right now.
Yeah, and by the way, Issa, all of those small wins that you've seen that are kind of weird and beautiful, they've all been had on a ship that's going off the edge.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is that these small wins are basically like the prep cook and the chef arguing while the ship is literally sinking.
I mean, I don't know, man. I'm hopeful for the fucking system, man, because the alternative is scary
We're
stuff.
making beds in a burning house.
What is it?
Let's debate whether we save the cat or the dog while the house is burning down. Like, you're literally, like, you can have your small win or whatever, but it's not going to matter if the house is burning down.
I agree with you. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
It's going to be a global upheaval, a world upheaval. Sorry, I said global. You got me saying global.
Yeah, I don't know. I look at it as, for me, though, that's what I look at as my recourse until otherwise.
Well, we need people like that, but we also need people to take action on a larger scale and say, hey, you guys don't work for us anymore.
Exactly. They work for us.
But I think sometimes,
not mandates.
like Rick, I think I think what maybe you're missing is like if I identify myself as like the priority security interest holder appearing specially, not generally, to discharge any instrument against a defendant. That basically is saying that, like exactly what you just said, but without ever saying no, because those are the rules of the game. You can't say no. That's door 3, right? Because it's a dishonor, it's a disrespect. Make a counter offer. Conditionally accept it. It's like if somebody says, "Here, eat this shit sandwich." I'd fucking love to. So long as you eat half first and you give me $10 million, buy me a new house, get me a boat down in fucking Virgin Islands, an apartment. You know what I mean? Like, make it unnegotiable for them, undesirable. But you'd have to know
I
your
don't think
rights.
anybody's going to comply with half the people. Well, most of the people, I'd say, don't even understand what the fuck you're saying,
Well, I'll tell you
and they're
what.
not going to
Here's the
care
thing, man.
because they think
How
they
about
have
this?
more authority than you.
Here's the thing, brother. I have worked with officers on the side of the road who want to search my vehicle on a number of occasions, and they haven't searched my vehicle. And they had every fucking reason to. And all I'm just saying is
They
that
probably think you're a
the
weirdo.
gentlemen, no, they're fucking gentlemen, and I know how to talk like a man. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's all it comes down to. Because the thing is that you're dealing with licensed officials who are licensed so that if they decide to make a chosen action, it is their liability, personally and professionally. And if they agree to it by acting on it, like, let's say denying the equal protection due process of law by, searching my car without probable cause of a crime having been committed, then that's a deprivation of rights under the color of law, right? So if that's a deprivation of rights and that's a chosen action, Your Honor, show cause how they wouldn't fucking either owe me some money or we can't agree to, as our Bible says, forgive one another and dismiss the case.
Well, you can represent me in a court of law, but
I can't though, because not with this. Because check it out. Attorneys can't make conditional acceptances, bro. If you understood the rules of this fucking game and how much it's in our favor, it's fucking maddening that we're in the situation we're in. Because in reality,
does anyone else agree?
People are sheeple and they don't know how to use any legal rights, and you're not going to teach them now.
Well, they make it confusing on purpose. I've heard a lot about this, but I just don't fucking understand it.
Well, and in a sense, that's why the simplest way to get to any of this, regardless of your particular faith, is just Matthew 5:25. Like, the Bible says, agree with thine adversary quickly, lest you come to the way with him. Well, that means agree. I'd love to, so long as. But you'd have to understand your rights, like the idea that they would need probable cause, in order, like for certain things, or they would need, and then also they can trick you on the side of the road. This is why they're testing you for your own constitutional protections. Like I've even, sought to say at the side of the road, like when they say they're just doing their job, or even like hey, Your Honor, or hey, brother, you know what I mean? I know you're doing my job, and it's my job to constitutionally protect myself. You know what I mean? Do you have, what's the emergency? Do you mind if I practice exercising my rights this evening? I like that one, Give it a go. I don't know. Don't make a big deal of it. Don't get arrested. Don't be stupid. But, it's okay to to intellectually talk to these people if you're fucking rational and you're not like, I do not comply with like your window up and a fucking sticker on your windshield. Like, they're going to smash that shit. Because that means, you're saying no. This is why I even have read, to some extent, like when people are like, I do not consent. Like, it's door 3, it's a disrespect, you're going to get run over. But I'd love to, so long as you could just show me that wouldn't be a violation of the Nuremberg Code. I'd love to, so long as you could just show me that wouldn't be a deprivation of my rights under the color of law, and you're not accepting a $10,000 penalty. And I need that dash cam footage. Just saying, man, we haven't exhausted our resources, dude. This is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying that, like, if I was about to lose my job
because I hadn't had a certain thing done to me that's being mandated, that I could say to my employer, you know, I'd be happy to, as long as you can show me that that's not violating my
That's
my
right, brother.
human right under the Nuremberg Code, 1947, and then they could not act against me. They couldn't dismiss me.
Well, no,
it would be the onus would be back on them. Is that what we're saying? The onus would be back on them.
yeah, I'm just saying, it's like, dude, look, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do, so long as you could show me that wouldn't be a violation of the Nuremberg Code and the part where it says that there's, you know, that part where, you know, the part we need to know about, right, in the Nuremberg Code, the consent shit. So the thing is like, you know, but you know, and you,
Sorry,
and you know, and any,
so if I
listen,
do that, then what? What's the next step? What's the next step? That I do that, and then they say, okay, well, fuck you, you're fired. See you later. Then where does that leave me?
next step is honestly, like, you know, I mean, depending on your contracts and agreements with work, I'd get an audio recording of of that exchange. If you're allowed to, like, you know, if there's nothing that permits you from recording something, and you know, and you'd use that, and you'd write a letter to their CFO, and you'd make an agreement, and I could, you know, it'd be like, you know, hey, this and this happened on this date. It appears that your agent so and so did not provide an answer to my question and promptly fired me on the spot. Let the record show that may be a denial of, you know, equal protection, and and it constitutes this much of a penalty. Look it up in the Uniform Commercial Code of Australia. Any country under the IMF has the UCC. Has their version of the UCC because it's a bankrupt currency and you're the guarantor in the agreement. And they've got everybody thinking that fucking China owns it.
Hang on. Look, seriously, man, can you just just give me 5 seconds to write this down, because my son is facing this very circumstance.
Well, you know, and
so
I mean, dude, I have to caveat, bro. I have to caveat everything. Is like, hey, this is not legal advice. This is for entertainment purposes only.
Hang on, do you have the religious exemption? Do you have the religious exemption?
No, well, we're investigating that, but it's thin. It's very thin here. So the
here's the thing,
Uniform
man, is like,
Commercial Code.
Yeah, look up the Uniform Commercial Code of your state. You know, where it says,
what would it be? The denial of my what? That you said,
well, denial of equal protection under the law. Denial of equal protection under the law.
Yep, under the law. Yeah, this is also. I'll just research this. I'm just jotting this down so that I can look into it.
Yep, and you know, look up UCC. I mean, like, the best way I know it is just from the general UCC code, but it can change. There's a federal one, and then there's state ones, and some states have taken the federal code and put it in there, and some other states.
And what does that UCC? What does it cover? What does it actually spell out? What's
look
it about?
up. How about this Uniform Commercial Code? But look up. You know, the good numbers are, you know, 9210 and 3603. That's like not. It's like, you know, I forget what they call it, like chapter 9 210, and then it's like you know, chapter 3 603, and those are just, you know, you have the right to request the bill, and if they don't provide the bill, because if someone's going to charge you to do something, you have the right to see the bill in any commercial exchange. So if they don't have the bill and they fucking make you do something without providing you the bill, then that's a deprivation of rights under the color of law. Because they're doing it without legal fucking
bill. What is the bill? Yeah, what's the bill? I don't understand that terminology.
Part, like, you know, well, the bill, like, let's say when you go out to eat, they give you a bill.
Yep.
See, here's the thing I ask a lot of people. Let's say like this, right? Let's say you went out to dinner and you fucking had a steak with your girlfriend, and then the manager comes out and says, okay, now you got to wash the dishes. What might you say?
Can I just give you some money?
Well, I mean, okay, sure, but you still got to wash the dishes. What might you say?
But I didn't agree to wash the dishes.
Well, you might say, where's the bill?
Okay, yeah, okay, where's the bill? Yeah.
You're going to try to make me wash dishes and you, like, I came here to eat dinner. and pay the bill. And you're going to make me wash dishes.
As far as getting this procedure, though, what would equate to the bill? What would the bill be in that?
I mean, it depends. Like, it depends on what forum you're in. I mean, any bill is a charging instrument.
Well, bills follow orders, right? So if the cop comes up to you, says, Mr. Miller, will you step out the car, please? I say, you giving me an order? Yes. Well, then I got to give you a bill. And then you just right here, pay that.
Well, see, now, that's, I don't know. I would contend that'll get you in trouble, but that is the right, but it is the right concept.
It's the same. It's the same thing. That's what they do to you.
Listen. Conceptually, you're not wrong to some degree, but the point is like, instead of saying, like, it's like this. It's like somebody coming up to you running out of a steak shop, like, here, pay this bill, and you're like, whoa, 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 or like or not even just coming up to you and being like, you owe me $5, and you're like, whoa, 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 well, where's the bill? And then they give you the bill, and you go, well, prove I ordered this, or prove that, like, this is what we asked. I don't know, to some extent, that's a little wild. But the idea is that you've, done something, let's say, had a steak, went too fast, you know what I mean? Whatever it may fucking be. But the point is you had the steak. And so you have the right to ask the bill. Now, when it comes to traffic incidents, like, I would, if you got a fucking speeding ticket, pay the bitch. Don't fucking deal with that. If you sped and you have a license, then you have to follow those fucking agreements that you signed to. But my point is just the idea of we haven't exhausted our fucking legal recourses. And this is what gets me, and I think that's where I was just jumping in. Forgive me, because I was enjoying Shine's. I was enjoying your conversation earlier. Forgive me.
Have you ever heard of David Sidney Rideout?
No, I have not.
No. Yeah, I got he came out. It's probably not even on YouTube anymore. But see, that's why I download shit. That's what I tell people. I say, if you see something on there and you like it, download it, because it might not be there the next time you go to look for it. It was like 5 videos where he talked about this, and I was like, man, I like this, but they never really tell you how to do it.
All these dickheads are trying to do is scam you most of the time, and they want you to fucking pay them to write a letter to Puerto Rico for you so that you can, like, close your citizenship or something and get money or some bull fucking shit, dude. And all I'm saying is that shit is all a psyop. And in reality, the system is actually quite beautiful. I think we need to learn how to run it. It's like I've said for a long time, it's like, imagine like people sitting in like a Lamborghini, like, and the keys in the ignition, but they never cranked it over. They never fucking, and, and they're just going, brum, 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 brum. Like, that's most people's legal fucking defense. And all I'm saying is that what we need to really do is fucking put our foot on the clutch, turn the fucking thing, and get that real badass fucking Lamborghini moving. All that, like, sovereign, just like, it's like somebody sitting in a Lamborghini going, meh, 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 meh. And that's what pisses me off, is that you're right there. Like, you're, like, you got a general concept of, like, individual rights and freedom. And I usually agree a lot with folks that are on that tip in that sense. Like, I get it, dude. Like, I like to hunt. Like, I get it, dude. But, like, you can't, like, you can't throw the intellectual side out of it. And that's what made this nation great. It's what the American tradition is about. And if you're going to be lazy about that, you're going to be lazy in battle too. Shines, where are you?
I'm here, but I'm here, but I have my son screaming in the background.
Okay,
so
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Why did you guys say Venezuela? What's happening in Venezuela?
I don't know. They probably got lots of garbage. Yeah.
But what's wrong in Venezuela besides communism?
Communism.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of good things
Venezuela type situation. What, they went broke or what?
Yeah, communism. Bread lines. We're
like,
talking like it's bad. It's communism is bad. It's very bad. It's always been bad. It will never be good. They can rename it into
Did you say
socialism
bread
or
lines?
bread lines.
You're gonna get in line and you want to get some like filet mignon. Why would you get in line for bread?
No. We're talking like the bread line is like a euphemism for like, or nomenclature for, people standing in line to go to a grocery store that has like 3 things on the shelves. Like it's that bad. Gas lines where people are lined up down the block to try and get gas, and it costs like $20 to $30 a gallon. Like it's bad, and we're heading in that direction so much in the United States. It's not even funny. And that's what the left wants. Sorry if there's any leftists in here, but leftism bad. And me and Sin Cleanser have conversations about this all the time. And I beat him every single debate. And he's literally, the last time we talked, he was like, Shines is the only one who can debate me. Like, it was funny. Like, they have nothing. Like, I'm sorry, your arguments suck. It sucks. Like, it'll never work. Sorry, not happening. It's all bad. Venezuela bad. Yeah, eye level is also way bad when it comes to communism. Those communists think that eye level is way out there, way past Polaris.
So are you an
Same
advocate of
deal.
capitalism?
I am to a degree. Yeah, I do think that people work for their money, and I don't think that the system is perfect. I would like to see a lot of changes, especially when it comes to taxes, because I think taxes are theft. But especially people get dependent on the government. I grew up with heroin addict parents, and I grew up in Section 8 and government housing in the hood of Sacramento and the Bay Area, all around California and the Bay Area and Sacramento. And it's really bad. People become dependent on the government. And then when you finally do get a job, you could be making, a tiny bit of money working 40 hours a week, and you make more money from the government. And then if you start making more money, then they take all of your benefits away. And it's like, well, I could make the same amount of money sitting on my ass. So why would I get a job? You know what I mean? There's no incentive to really move forward. So people become addicted to the government. The government becomes their parents, right? It's the nanny government. It does not work. The system is incredibly flawed. And I'm speaking from experience on those portions. I was lucky to get out of it. Like, I worked my ass off. Like, this is the other thing. So when I turned 18, I had to literally sign a document stating that I did not want my mother's Section 8 to pass over to me. It automatically would have. And so I had to sign papers saying, I do not want this to happen. I don't want the government to trap me into this. Like, I want to be my own person away from the government. So that I could live my own life. And I live a very beautiful life with my husband and my son, and we live on our own with no government support whatsoever. So it's just wild to me how much they really indoctrinate people. They capture them, they shackle them, and people don't even realize how much they rely on the government. And then they, cry abuse, they cry victim. They want more and more and more. And so everybody who works really hard needs to give more to these people who have never done anything. It's insane.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm an advocate of capitalism, but I always thought that was the whole point, to get people stuck on welfare they can't get off, so that all-powerful government can control them and tell them what to do, and they can never get from under that relationship.
You're exactly correct. Well, you didn't even have to go through it to realize it. Like, that's exactly it. And many people who have never been through it will claim that's ridiculous. How could you ever say that? You're a racist, or you're this, or you're that. Like, they make up all these excuses. It's just not done right yet. We have a different way that we're going to do it. It doesn't work, period. People need to work. They need to feel accomplished. They need to do something and strive to become better and have competition. And, yes, there will be this whole thing of like equality, there's never going to be equality of outcome, right? We can have, equality of like where people begin, but you're never going to have equality of outcome. People are going to do differently on how they behave in their lives. And so you can never have equality of outcome, but we can try our best to try and start people off at the same starting line, right? But somebody's always going to win the race and somebody's always going to lose the race. And I like capitalism for that reason, because it's true to what happens in life and in everything. Like, no matter what, even the person who loses the race, quote unquote, they still have enough money to survive and live a very good life with their family. And they're still, blessed and live a beautiful life. You don't need to be Kim Kardashian or, some Hollywood elite or whatever. Like, you can make a good living and live a good life, have a farm, whatever. Anyway, I'll step up on my soapbox. But yeah, I'm not for communism. I'm all for people just, working as hard as they can, doing what they love, and trying to live the best life that they can.
How do you deal with unemployment? There's always going to be unemployment, or people who can't be employed for whatever reason.
See, that's different. So I think unemployment and disability are different. I think that when somebody is in between jobs, then people, this is the other thing, is that it reminds me of that. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that scientific experiment, The Beautiful Ones, with the mice, where they put all these mice into these cities where they're like so overcrowded that they start eating each other alive and all these horrible things happen. And there's the beautiful ones that the other mice like groom and whatever, and they're like perfectly healthy and plump, and the other ones are like killing each other, and it's horrible. That's what they're doing to us. There is so much land. There is so much room across this world. They try and act like we are, overpopulated when we're not. We have enough room to have our own plots, right? And grow our own gardens and have our small communities where the people in our area, we can reach out to one another. And when you have community like that, people tend to, when the taxation isn't upon us and the government is stripping us from everything that we work for, we would have that money to be able to take care of each other and do these things. And so there is a sense of like, quote unquote, socialism within that, because it isn't even socialism. It just goes back to community. Like, you actually knock on your neighbor's door and make sure that they're okay. And like, those kinds of things. We don't see that in big cities. We just see destruction and, horribleness. So I think there's a lot of things to be changed. I could talk about this for hours. I'm not going to stand on my soapbox, but yeah, I think there's a lot of room for improvement, and I think that we can do it. Sorry, didn't mean to kill the room. If anybody has anything they want to talk about it.
Thank you. I agree with that.
I'm glad you. A lot of people don't, but I think we have a long way to go, and I think if we can get the controllers out of the way, we can live really beautiful lives, and I hope that happens.
Is this a brand new server, and whose server is this?
It's Geo's, and it's pretty new. It's probably almost 2 months.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you should hang out in 24/7, and I was invited.
Glad you came over. I mean, usually most of the conversations in here are about the Earth and everybody's opinions on that. But sometimes it's crypto, sometimes it's government, sometimes it's magnetism, or you know, all kinds of different things. It's really cool because people can talk about pretty much anything over here, which is awesome.
But it's always interesting.
It is always interesting. That's the thing. It is always interesting. And there's cool little things like if you wanted to talk to a group of people about something, you can become a live host and the room is yours and you can kind of moderate that room with the moderator's help, of course. It's really cool. I dig it.
On what you're saying before about government and government dependency, like the government, what people don't realise, most people are fooled into thinking the government is there for them. The government exists only for itself, which sounds weird because it's like it's its own entity, or it's got its own sentience or conscience. But you're right, it does exist through the actions of many individuals to just perpetuate its own ongoing existence and growth. So having people dependent upon it is part of that exercise. Creating chaos and disruption and unrest, that's another part of what they do, because when there is chaos or disruption or unrest, who do the people look to solve it? The government. So by subversively creating the problem, they know that the masses will look for them to solve the problem. So if you dig down a layer or two, the government, and I don't even know how it works because it's just lots of individual people, but somehow that mechanism, it's completely self-serving in everything it does for its own growth and benefit and absolutely not ours.
Safe yet? Damn, this place got wiped out. I thought it was popping for a minute. Is there something else going on right now?
Okay, everybody's gonna write a letter to Joe Biden and tell him that he does not work for us anymore, that he's fired.
Right?
We are not going to be another Venezuela.
Did everybody leave?
I guess all that you know that legal shit kind of ran everyone off or something.
Yeah, I went to go make dinner and I came back and everybody was on mute. I was like, oh, what happened? I mean, I wanted to change the subject a while ago, but yeah. It is a passionate subject and I get it, but I think it makes some people, it gets heated. You know what I mean?
Well, like
Even
the legal
if everyone
remedies,
agrees, it gets heated.
legal remedies proposes that the system is functioning as normal. Like that's something you use when everything's okay. It's not
I agree
something you
100%.
use when things are not okay.
And that was my point, right? Like that was exactly my point when I brought it up is like we've already done that and they've lied, they cheated, they've stolen. We cannot use that because they are using faulty tactics. So what are we supposed to do now? When we're supposed to beat them at their game. How
That
can we
was
even
your
get
first
people
point.
elected?
That
Exactly.
was
How
your
can we even
first
get
point.
exactly? Yeah, I think they missed that.
Yeah, and then when the conversation was hot and we had 20 people in here, he started bringing that shit up, and now we got nobody.
Cool. That's awesome. Well, let's talk about something cool, and then hopefully when people hop in, they'll want to join in the conversation.
So I've been throwing around this. This theory I have. It's a little bit better than the globe, I think. You know, it's just an idea, a rolling idea I've been having. So I had this theory that that everyone is naked underneath their clothes.
That what?
That everyone is naked underneath their clothes.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
I mean, it would definitely change my outlook on things.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to even imagine, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's really hard to really kind of grasp. Mm-hmm.
I mean, are you saying that the emperor is naked?
Wow, I didn't even look at it that way.
I mean, I thought he was fully dressed, so.
No, that's actually very thought provoking.
That's awesome. Yeah, that was actually, not to bring it back up again, but that was even one of my points. It's like, we're dealing with people every day in here talking about what the essence of the world is, and we literally hear people that, whether they're actually dishonest or they're just believing lies, their minds aren't going to change. And we witness that day in and day out. The people who come in here changes. It's never like, I haven't met one single person that came in here as a quote unquote glober or somebody who's against flat earth or doesn't think that, you know, it is anything other than what the model is stated to be, ever change their mind, ever. And the fact that anybody thinks that they're going to change their minds on anything else, especially when it comes to laws or elections or, you know, what the government is telling them, I mean, it's a pipe dream, in my opinion.
Yeah, the best we can hope for on this platform is that people can speak and then take turns while doing so. Other
That's
than
exactly
that,
it.
I don't know.
Agreed. Well, what I would even like to see even more so is that if that happened, that the people who are actually listen without bias and think with an open mind and research and then are able to have like an actual conversation to where their minds are open and they can explore different ideas. But yeah, that's really asking a lot. We can't even get them to talk while the other person is talking. Like, you know.
I think ultimately, like, people are just not they're not equipped to approach you know, different paradigms. generally speaking.
And I find that fascinating because ever since I was little, like I've always been the person that's like, whoa, what's that idea? Let me shift into that for a minute. That's amazing. Okay, what can I take from this? What actually seems legit? What doesn't? Cool, I got what I got from that. Oh, wow, you're talking about this? Cool. That's amazing. What can I take from that? You know what I mean? And I just,
it's like
I think that's what separates
you've got
us.
a big purse, you just throw everything in there.
Yeah, but what actually fits? Like, what I actually need. Like, I'm not going to just throw junk into my purse, even though I do in real life. But
Sean,
in like,
can you tell us how you came to the flat Earth story?
oh my goodness, that's a long story. Yes, I can tell it. So it was in 2012. I remember the exact date. It was August 20th of 2012, and it was around 8 o'clock in the morning, and my mother had just passed away, and her body was just picked up from where she had passed away. They just wheeled her out in a body bag. My brother was waiting in the car because he couldn't be there for that. He was just like too upset, my little brother. And so I got in the car and we were driving home, and we were southbound on 85 in California. So we're heading south on the freeway, and it was August 20th, and it was 8 a.m. and it was super overcast, like hella foggy in the air. And all of a sudden, I saw something in the sky, and at that same exact time, my brother grabbed my arm so hard that I had literally had fingerprints from him grabbing my arm for like 3 weeks afterwards. Like, he grabbed my arm hella hard because he was so like taken aback and shocked by what we saw. And he was like, oh my God, do you see that? And I was like, I see it. Like, let go of my arm, you know? And I was driving a Dodge Durango, and I started slowing down, and we were looking through the windshield, and I pulled over to the side of the road, and we got out of the car. We got out of the road. I got out of the car. Baby, I'm telling a story. Can you watch him for a second? Sorry about that. We got out of the car, and we were still looking up in the sky, and basically what we saw was there was this perfect circle in the sky, and it was like one of those 1980s slap bracelets that looks like a hologram, where it's like perfect blues and pinks and oranges, but they're all kind of pastel, and it's like it looks like a hologram, but like not pixelated, like it all mixed together. And so it was like coming at us and getting bigger and bigger, and then getting really, really small. Like I'm telling you, like the size of like a dinner plate, and then getting really, really big and ginormous, and then switching and like moving to the left and moving to the right and doing all these weird things. And we were like, what the hell is going on? And we were like screaming at the cars, like, is anybody else seeing this? Like, what's happening? And all of a sudden, after it was probably about 5 minutes, and it felt like an eternity that we were standing there on the side of the road, the clouds parted, and it was the sun. It was just our regular old sun. And I just started bawling. And I was like, that was Mom. Of course, you know, my mom had literally just been taken away in a body bag. I was like, I was emotionally struck by it. Like, that was a sign, you know, like that was her. Like, it was a sign from her. And what's funny is that my mom was a very open-minded person. She was a hippie. We didn't agree on a lot of things because she was, you know, too much of a hippie in my opinion, but she was very open-minded. She was a creationist. She believed in the Bible, all kinds of different things that we really resonated with. And I actually didn't believe in the Bible when she was alive. But now, like, looking back at that, like, there's certain things in the scriptures that I do hold true. But anyway, so I came home and I got on the internet and I started searching, and I was like, what the fuck did we just see, you know? And so I started looking up things, and I found just a bunch of stuff about the sun, and like what they were saying could possibly be nothing ever came close to what we had ever seen. I've never seen anything like it prior. I've never seen any videos of it to this day of what we witnessed in the sky. But through that, I started finding, like through the videos I was looking up, things in the search bar back then, because it was back in 2012, things would pop up, and there were different people talking about the essence of our Earth. And so from there, I started going into this deep dive of like, what did I witness? What did I see? And it probably was like maybe 2 years later that I was like full blown into the whole flat earth community. But it was within that year, I was probably, I would say like maybe a month later, that I came across the concept of it. And it did take me a little while. And I remember driving and having the moment where I realized like, whoa, it's not this, it's this. And it almost gave me like a panic attack. Like I was like, that's like that paradigm shift was really intense for me to realize like, it's not this, it could be something else. And then that opened my mind up into, a ton of different possibilities. And then from there, I started, really researching the science behind it and getting familiarized with exactly what the globe Earth is saying it is, down to physics and all those kinds of things, to what and how ridiculous a lot of it is. Yeah, so that's basically my story in a nutshell, a long nutshell.
Thank you. Who were the flat Earth leaders back then? Were there any like Eric DeBays back then?
Yeah, so I do remember like there was Matt Powerlin was one of them, was one of the names I remember. Eric DeBay, I think, came a little bit later. But there were other people too that I do not remember their names, and I know that I have not seen them around again because I created actual YouTube channels, like playlists that said Flat Earth on it, and every month I would go back to like look at something or find a video, gone. And I'm like, what's going on here? And then they started coming out with like these
They were
labels.
canceling the videos.
Yeah, and they started coming out with these labels underneath them. And so then that's when I learned how to download YouTube videos, was like a while after. But there was many people talking about it. And a lot of them were not from America. They were from different countries that I was finding these videos from. But I remember the big names, the big names that I found was, I think Matt Powerlin was one of the first ones, and then Eric Dubay, and then from there, other big names. But a lot of them were it was just regular people like talking about like phenomenons that they have seen. This doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense. But I mean, every single playlist that I created, every video was just gone. So I can't tell you what their names are because they aren't big names. It was just like regular people like me,
Do you have any downloaded videos that are old, like from that time frame?
No, because I didn't know how to download them. So it wasn't until a while. I'm really not tech savvy. I'm 40 years old today, like right now this year. I just turned 40 in May. And so back in 2012, I wasn't tech savvy then. I didn't get a computer until I was in my mid-20s. So I really didn't know how any of these things, I didn't even know that you could download a YouTube video. You know what I mean? So it wasn't until later that I started downloading. But I do have a lot of videos, I would say probably from like 2014, 2015 on. But in 2012, no, I don't have anything from there.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a good story.
Yeah, what about you?
I think your mom was
Thank you.
contacting
I like
you.
to believe that. I do like to believe that, especially because her and I talk so much about just the essence of this world, what it meant. Like one of my key phrases ever since I was little was, what does it mean? And everybody jokes about that in the family. Everybody's like, what does it mean? What does it mean? Because I would always ask that. And so, yeah, we would discuss a lot about what the nature of this world was and what God was. One of my favorite conversations with her, she used to always tell me that looking for God was like a fish looking for the ocean. And then when I got older, she used to say that it was like in jest. She would say, looking for God is like a fish looking for the ocean. And then when I got older, I would respond with, yeah, trying to understand God is like a fish trying to understand human civilization. Like we're so wrapped up in this that we don't know what the bigger picture is. And there's so much more for us to seek. And so when she did pass away and that happened and it led me down this road, it really did mean a lot to me. It really did. What's your story?
Thank you. For me, it was 2016 October, after my dad passed, and I was with my kid in the mall in those little play areas. Of course, you remember exactly where you were, right? And I came across the Mark Sargent Flat Earth Clues, and I've heard all my life the moon landing was faked. You know, I didn't care. I didn't give a shit about that. You know, if they were lying, it was like that's like one of the. I knew they were lying about other stuff, so that was no big deal. But then when I looked into Mark Sargent and then Jaron, apparently they were trying to hide God, and then that's when you know that was a red flag for me, because I'm you know spiritual, religious. But Mark Sargent, it started with just like really basic stuff, like in the southern hemisphere there's blind spots and we can't track our planes, and how can that be if we have satellites? So we don't need satellites? What? So just looking into it, it just everything fell into place, and I'm still like the only person in my whole family that's really a flat earther, you know. So it's just funny how you think some people can get it and some people just don't get it. And then, you know, going through the, you know, Karen B, Jaron, you know, just real basic arguments of how does gas congeal in a vacuum, you know? How do, you know, how is it that we've never actually measured the curvature of the Earth? We have guys like Eratosthenes, which is bullshit if you look into it. And all these experiments can't be duplicated or repeated. They've never told you in school, hey, go measure the curve of the Earth. You know, they've never told you that. We need NASA to see what the Earth looks like from space, because we can't go there ourselves. We have to have trust in NASA. And then you look at NASA, hanging from wires and shit, you know, doing all the Mason signs. So it's like, it's just like a revelation to me, and it's in plain sight. And they tell you to your face what they're doing, but you have to be looking for it to catch it. So, yeah.
Well, I don't love the fact that it was right after your father passed away, but it's amazing how things like that happen, where somebody that's super close to you, signs are shown, or you know, you witness something.
Yeah, my dad always told me. My dad always told me that. He goes, Eric. He goes, half of the stuff you see on TV is not true, and I didn't know really what that meant at all. I didn't even understand what he was saying. I was, I don't know, 10. And then later on, I realized, you know what? The news is all fabricated. It's just basically fake. They show you what they want to show you. They don't show you the news, you know? So these little things, you know, add up over time. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was just saying, like, I have an appreciation of that, because it's happened to me when multiple family members have passed away. Like, each time there's something that happens, right? Like, there's this great wake in this realization, or something miraculous in the sky, if you are willing to look up, or, you know, some sign of some sort. And if you look for them. And so, yeah, you stating that it happened after your father passed away, I think that it's a beautiful thing. And there is beauty in passing. And I think that, you know, they share wisdom with us and they lead us in the right direction. And that's my own personal belief. Others don't have to believe in that. But I've witnessed it enough times in my own life that I do make meaning out of that. So I think that's really cool.
My experience happened after the death of authority.
Nice. Want to talk about it?
I don't know how exactly I could shorten it up, but maybe I was part of a group that was a target of a psyop. So I got to see all the working. No, I got to see all the working parts work together to lie and fabricate and create a false flag. And I literally got to watch all of the parts in motion of the fake system.
Well, that's really interesting. Because
So
I was
it
joking when
was
I
at
was saying
that point where okay. What were you
no,
saying?
I was just gonna say, like, I find that really interesting. So if you are willing to expand on that in any way, I was joking when I would call that, right? You know what I mean? Like the media would say, "Oh, that's a conspiracy theorist. That's a cult." So I was
Yeah,
joking when I said
exactly.
that. But if I don't want you to give anything away, but if you could expand on that, that's
Yeah,
really
I mean, I
interesting.
can expand slightly. I mean, I was I get what I'm talking about is what I guess most people would call Pizzagate.
Yes.
And which I guess later turned into Pedogate or whatever. I mean, those are all like spin-offs of what was actually happening, and I just, because of the research that was happening and the stuff that was released on accident, I honestly believe is on accident. Like it was not. It revealed too much, behind the curtain, and we
The Beanie
just started
Babies.
peeling. Excuse me.
The Beanie Babies. There was a lot that was revealed that shouldn't have been revealed. I don't know if you saw the Beanie Baby thing, but I mean, there were
I
so
didn't see
many
that one.
things. Yeah, it's a lot. I was in with all of that during that whole time period with a lot of different people, and yeah, they all thought we were nuts, but we weren't.
I don't think I know about the Beanie Babies.
I can share with you later. Just a side note.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, too much of the curtain got pulled back, and so then they had to basically control the leak. And they did it with so much confidence and so much duper's delight, and it was so composed that I felt like, wow, like these guys not only totally snuffed out our fire, but they did it with precision. Like they knew exactly what they were doing. They didn't sweat about it. Like they were laughing. They're like, "Oh, they found this." Ha ha. I was like, "Wow." Like they have they're in a position that's so well insulated that even giving away all of the evidence doesn't strike fear in them. Like they just laugh at it. So it was at that point where like, wow, like I really trust what I just witnessed and experienced, and I need to maybe follow that line of thinking. Like, why are they so confident? And that's when I started to really do my research and realize that these institutions have never really been in our favor, except people are conditioned into just kind of ignoring that and pretending that they still exist. Like, kind of like what Issa was saying is, oh, let's follow the institution and let's take all of our liberties. I'm like, no, man, the institution is a fraud. I've seen it in real time, and they're laughing about the fact that you believe in it. And so then that kind of led me to a similar group of people that are all sort of actually like legitimately associated with NASA and their contractors and the history of such. And I was like, oh, okay, so this is just just another institution that is laughing about the fact that we believe in these things they've told us. And then I came into Flat Earth and I was like, oh, well, that's why they did it. So it was just the next step. Like they keep taking these, they make a division, right? And then they say, okay, well, how can we divide this more? And then they make another division and say, okay, how can we divide this more? And then they make another, and this is all they do. And this appears to be all they do. It's because they're always changing the goalpost, and they're always creating division in order to move the goalpost. And that's how they get people so lost that they can't backtrack far enough to actually make any sort of difference, because it's changing all the time. It's constantly like a fractal. It's constantly moving the goalpost, and the science and the understanding and what people accept is constantly changing. Like if you want to tell someone about flat Earth, you have to basically tell them that the last 2,000 decisions were wrong and divisions of a wrong premise. And they're going to say, well, why would they lie? You know, like, well, what about Eratosthenes? Or like, no, man, like you're so far divided from the truth that it would only make sense that they only win by dividing you. Like there's no having faith in the system at that point, because you have to backtrack so many steps that it only proves that you've been led astray intentionally. So then what's the point? So yeah, it's just I just use my deductive reasoning to lead my research, and yeah, it all started with the death of my faith in the system due to being part of a intentional psyop.
Well said, Riggs.
Oh,
I concur. That was really well said.
So then it just goes to show that the people we're dealing with are not formidable opponents, but actual enemies of humanity, like a a virus or a leech. They're feeding off of our ignorance and laughing about it.
The ciphers. Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of just have to look at it that way and just take your power back that you've always had, but they've been utilizing.
Stop defending the abuser.
Yeah, the Stockholm syndrome that so many people have. That is wild.
Crazy.
Well, did you ever get the paperwork on that minnow study?
No, I asked for it, but he never responded.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really. I'm going to try and search for it. I have it in one of
I'm
the
gonna
tabs
look it up
below.
right now.
But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. It would be cool if that was a real study to see what actually happened with that.
Does anyone know any of the details that happened with Flat Earth Pocker?
Flat Earth what?
Flat Earth
He was
Pocker
just
found
he was
dead in his
just found
bathroom.
dead. He was just found
Yeah,
dead.
okay.
No details yet. I mean, as far as I know.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Who was that? Who was that? Is that someone in our Discord?
Mac Parr, Flat Earth Fokker, YouTube.
I know a few guys. I don't know. I heard his name, I think, but I didn't know who. Was he as big as Owen Benjamin?
I mean, he was just here. I'll just give
Give me
you
his YouTube. Give me his YouTube.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I mean, I found Trolls versus Trolls. I didn't find his. Let me find it real quick.
Yeah, I'm really saddened by that. Wow, I mean, Mac was.
Yeah, he was a real beast.
How old was he?
I mean, he did not put up with shit in terms of like speaking truth, and I mean, actually, once this current situation the last year or two, like he had a whole yoga studio that I've heard him talk that he got like it was a lot of work to get it all set up, and basically once this thing hit 2 years ago, they shut him down and it kind of ruined his livelihood.
Was he the guy that had the video with the yoga studio that was saying like we're not going to close down, we're going to stay open, and the cops came and closed him down on YouTube?
Yeah, in Canada.
Oh, okay. I saw that video. I didn't realize that was him.
He was shat on in the news constantly. They were constantly like everyone in the government. Like it was unbelievable how much shit he got, and he would just blow it off like you guys are fucking idiots. You're a psyops. You're fucking cheap. Like he was just no holds barred. It was just amazing. His energy was just spot on.
So do you suspect foul play?
I mean, I think everybody does, right? I mean, how many times does he have to be in the news for advocating against legal stuff? Like it's just, it would make sense. They don't like somebody with the voice like that, but we don't know what's going on yet.
Well, he really went up against him because he went to one of those flat Earth. I guess it was a Flattoberfest festival thing, and then he came back and I guess was supposed to quarantine for 2 weeks or whatever, and then he totally refused to do it. He went to some like freedom rally, and then I guess like the cops showed up at his door and arrested him and took him to jail for a week or two. And
yeah.
But there was a lot with it. But then he ended up fighting that. I mean, I was a little bit seeing some of those videos. I was like, "Whoa, Mac, you better kind of
he needs to calm down
a little." Like
Wait, who is this? You guys?
Right up against him.
Who is this?
Flat Earth Fokker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to find his thing.
I haven't heard about this.
Hope they don't take his YouTube. So he's a flat earther, but apparently he was the one who had the video about the yoga studio that he refused to close down under the mandates when it first came out. And he was all over the news, and he's always basically challenging, authority. And I guess so he just turned up dead one day.
He's a real warrior.
And then he was all over. He went to a lot of freedom rallies and stuff, but then he was all over the news because he didn't do the quarantine and refused it, and then was willing to try to take it to court. And so he was.
Are you trying to send us a message?
Resisting the system in a way that was very, direct.
This is the one who just passed away?
We just heard today, apparently.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've never really watched his channel, but every time I would look for videos and things like that, I would always see him, John, other making videos about him. And I think the only videos I ever watched by him were like where he was at like a festivals or things like that, but I never really got to see any of his actual content.
Well, most of his recent stuff, to be honest, he's been censored so much on YouTube that most of his videos the last like 2 years have been streaming on Facebook. So I've been friends with him for a long time. So every time he went live, he'd be live like a couple times a week, always doing his normal stuff. And a lot of that content got deleted too, but that's where he kind of
like. Why were they so upset by what he was posting? It was because he was breaking like rules, or what was it? Or do you guys agree that it should have been censored? Or
I mean, if there's somebody that never wore a mask, that would be the guy.
Well, that sounds like a good guy.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Yeah, but not in Canada. In Canada, that's a different place.
He's in
not
Canada.
America. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
My goodness. Then he's doomed just from opening his mouth. Thing. You can't really say anything over there either.
Yeah, like everything about this guy has pretty much been deleted already. I mean, what a way to go out.
Scrubbed. Yep.
That's crazy. I wonder how many people have downloaded everything and like.
How do you spell his name? Flat Earth Fokker. How do you spell that?
I mean, his name is Makpar, Makpar, and you can probably Google it with Canada in there and find all kinds of shit about him. Just from the mainstream news.
I think it's Parhar, Parhar. I think.
Oh, Parhar. Oh, okay, yeah, Parhar. Yeah, he's all over the news. The guy was just like the most outspoken ever. Like they just got annoyed with him because he was so effective.
Grey State style.
Wait, really quick. When you just said that, I literally Googled his name, Mac Parhar, Canada, and the first thing is MSN.com. Outspoken BC COVID denier, Makpar died.
Yep.
That's literally the title before you click anything. Outspoken BC COVID denier.
Yeah.
Wow. They sure know how to write their.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing this one here too. because this must have just been posted, because I didn't even see this earlier.
I mean, how
So we know it
often
wasn't
is
the
that a
Australian, don't we?
conspiracy theorist or whatever is getting mainstream news about their death? I mean, that's how effective this guy was. This guy was all over the fucking news.
Yeah, I mean, the
But
first
he
sentence
started in
here,
our
yeah.
communities.
Well, this is what happens. It's like anybody who isn't a famous person that gains traction, they're easily,
Yeah.
things can happen. I'm not going to say anything, because we're on YouTube, whatever, but things happen. And people don't even realize, like, unless they know within that community that this person even existed, I mean, you just wouldn't even know until you find out later, like, this has happened to this person, like, and you might not ever know. It is wild. And so when somebody who is like an actual name that it happens to, which, yeah, there's so many things that I can't say because we're on YouTube, but yeah, it's bad.
So I guess they are. This says here, like, in a recent live, this is globalnews.com, that one you also pulled up. It says, in a recent live stream video, Parhar reported feeling ill with a variety of symptoms, including fatigue, chills, and cough, which he said he was, quote unquote, not COVID sick because COVID sick doesn't exist. That's his quote, I guess. And then it says on a video posted on Wednesday, he said he was feeling a little better and had recently taken ivermectin. So I guess they are linking it, at least in this news article.
Yeah, of course they would.
Yeah,
They're
but
not gonna,
I mean, unless we talk
apparently
to people
everyone's a
that were
fucking
close to
doctor
him.
now.
Exactly. Unless we talk to people that were even close to him, that they can confirm that this is what he actually said, I don't believe it. Like, it's been said by the people that are close to him. That's what I want to know. I don't care. Like, who are they actually even
I'm surprised.
quoting?
Yeah, I'm surprised it doesn't say horse paste instead of ivermectin.
Exactly. Or bleach, or
Yeah.
fish cleanser, or whatever. It's just wild that so many other things say we have no idea. It needs to be investigated, and then other people are like, "This is in quotation marks." So where are they getting these in a recent live stream video? So okay, I'm gonna watch this live stream video really quick.
Yeah, are you looking at the link that you found, or I didn't see?
I'm gonna post the link right now.
Hey, Gio, can we like really? We need to get another text chat, man. I'm really tired of the sideliners just like spamming or shit.
You're saying because
Like,
Chad just posted some random.
I mean, it just has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I can't find anything.
Well, hold on. This is the thing. And so live stream there is no rule that people that are in chat, and so there's constant chat that is going on in live stream that
I
doesn't
know
have
it's a bad habit. You have to establish the dominance before it becomes a bad habit. So now people think they can just talk anywhere.
So this is the thing. There needs to be another room. Sorry, my microphone is. I'm waiting for a new headset. Sorry, guys. If we had this discussion before when we were in, I think the group meeting, and me and Gio have talked about it, then that would mean that there needs to be a completely different chat room for people who aren't listening in VC, and that only conversations about VC take place. But even when VC is taking place, people still have side conversations, right?
Yeah, but there's a way to make it so that if you're not in VC, you can't type in that box.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, even if people are in VC and listening, people still have side conversations that have nothing to do with VC whatsoever.
Well,
So
that would be fine. That would be fine as long as it's not the majority. And the majority, like Jason, he's not even in VC. Get him the fuck out of here.
Well, there's a couple ways to do it. I mean, in terms of the server right now, like, I mean, since we've launched, like, everybody's mostly just been landing in either live stream 1 or 2, and but yeah, now that it's been some time, I mean, there's a couple ways to do it, but one is there's a couple.
Anyways, we don't have to sidetrack. I just wanted to
Yeah.
share my annoyance.
And I get it too, because I brought it up as well. Because I know that conversations can be had if people are still in VC and side talk can happen. But when things come in and people that aren't in VC at all are constantly clogging up the chat, especially when it's a really full VC and tons of conversations going on, then you have these other people who aren't even involved that are just talking about other stuff, it can clog it up. So right now I don't think it's a problem, but I know where it can be a problem, is what I would say.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I hear you. Well, I mean, people are just going to where people are, so they're just going to wherever the chat is. If we made a second one, like let's say there'd be live stream 1 public or something, and then live stream 1 VC or something like that, and then let's say the live stream 1 VC is only if you're in VC, that would mean that once you join VC, that becomes visible, and you can only type in it, and you can only see it if you're in VC. If we do that, we could do that. However, then every time someone is going to post something, they're going to say, oh, which one should I post it in? Live stream 1 public or VC? So that's one negative, is that if there's two of them.
How about this idea? What if you can only type in that chat room if you have a live stream verified role?
Well, that's the way the server originally is designed, is that the live stream verified roles are the ones that would actually be in the live stream. Yes. I mean, that's the original sort of design of it. So
I don't know, just an idea. So.
That could happen, but then what for the rest of the people? What do we do? I guess we create a second room.
Why is there no like general lobby or like general debate room or something?
Are they in the live
There is a welcome lobby.
Are the Globers in there spamming that's the point.
What's that, Godric?
People aren't going to talk in the welcome lobby as if it's the regular lobby.
I'm sorry.
Try again, Godric.
What is the issue?
So the issue is people clogging up the chat with conversations, and right now it isn't like a crazy text chat, but it still is conversations that have nothing to do with what's going on with VC. While people that are in VC can have side conversations that have nothing to do with VC, it still is pertaining and always bounces back to VC. Right. And so when you have a full room and like an active conversation, when these people are just coming in here and writing stuff, it dissuades from the conversation. It ties up the chat. It makes it harder for people to scroll up, scroll down, find things to, reference, whatever. One of the things that I've seen that I liked, 24/7 has that you have to be in the lobby or you have to be somewhere else. Otherwise, if you're not in the VC, you have to be in the VC. That's cool. I've also seen over on Nathan's channel where you have to have certain roles, right? And certain roles can allow you to go into certain rooms. And so I think that that could be interesting too, right? Like if you don't have this, you can't go in this room, but then that also makes it complicated. So, I mean, I don't really see how this can be solved unless it was just something that is moderated. Like if you're not in the VC, you cannot be here. Kind of a thing, and you'll get a warning.
I think 24/7 has it right. To be honest, I mean, you don't want to stop all conversation, but if it's disruptive, it needs to move. But we need a place for people to move too. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, there is the welcome lobby. I don't think is a good place for it. And a different room would be epic to have something like you can even have a live stream 1 room, a live stream 2 room, like different places for people that who knows. There's multiple of options, but I don't think it's a problem right now. But I do see it a problem when people are live hosting or when there are certain trolls. I mean, honestly, that come in and will disrupt the room and start asking questions and constantly like posting things that have nothing to do with anything and taking away from people even listening to the show, because then they get swept into this drama that's going on in the chat that has nothing to do with what's going on with the show. Those are the kinds of things where I find it disruptive.
Right. Well, like I said, there's several options, but they all have some pluses and negatives. So yeah, I mean, like I said, one option is to make like a live stream 1 lobby, and live stream 1, 2, and 3 would have like a lobby room, which would just be like general. So that would be like if people are listening on YouTube or they just want to chat or whatever. And then there would be a second one that when you join, you get access to it. So in that way, there would be two. There'd be one, let's say, just private for the people that are in the VC. If we're specifically posting and talking, that there's not all the other side chat, and then there would be a lobby. And then, like I said, you would only get access to the, let's say, the VC one once you join the VC. The negative to that is that then moderators have to like monitor both, which wouldn't be that big of an issue if they're, but if we have like 3 lobbies and 3 VC ones within all 3 live streams, it could get a little bit more to.
See, I don't think it would be an issue because the mods are usually stuck in one room, right? And they're focused on what they're focused on, unless they're added to, me. I do go to check in a lot. I even hang out there, like waiting for people, like whatever. But we're usually in the room that we're in, and so when a conversation is taking place, we can bounce back and see if somebody is disrupting and say, hey, you need to be in the lobby. Then go into the lobby, and we can even say like, hey, do you guys want to come down into the VC? Like, we're about to do a show, like whatever. You know what I mean? So I think that having it where it would be, where each one has a lobby, would be the best way to go about it. Like each, like live stream 1, live stream 2, live stream 3, they each have a lobby for people to hang out in. And I think people know how to bounce back and forth and, read things or whatever. And as long as they can't, even if they can text in it without being in VC, I think that the mods know when to hop in and say, hey, you're disrupting this, like go somewhere else or else you're going to get a warning or however that needs to go. And then people will just learn like, I'm not supposed to do this. It's as simple as that,
Well, should we get back to a topic, or this is we could, this. I hear you. That is an option. Another option is just to create a second room entirely and then make this one only for live stream verified. So there's a couple different. I'm open to whatever we think is best. I'll think about it as well.
I think it's something more to be talked about at like a mod meeting.
I don't think there's enough side chats to warrant like 3 separate like lobby rooms for each live stream. But that's why on 24 we just call it debate text. And if it got too much, then we just send them over there to stay out of the clogging the chat. Anyways.
That's another option. Is just to create a room, that's basically not linked to the live stream at all. That's just a room that people can just text chat in. And for that, I guess the question would be under what category and what area.
Because
how
when we add new chat rooms, then how are you going to display all of the conversation on the YouTube? Like, what are you going to do? Show 2 different rooms on YouTube? I'd rather just keep it one. No,
I guess in that case, we would just show the VC one for YouTube, probably.
It should only be the VC. There's no reason to show the lobby whatsoever. Like, it has nothing to do with what people are talking about. I think it should only be the VC. Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's good conversation and it's relevant, but sometimes it's just in the way of what VC is trying to accomplish as far as sharing ideas and stuff. There's a balance.
How about we talk about dumplings? What should I put in my chicken dumplings tonight?
Chicken.
I definitely think there should be some ginger, and there should also be some pork. Sorry, but chicken on its own for a dumpling is not my favorite. And there should also be some ginger and garlic and a fish sauce.
Fish,
yeah, you have to have fish sauce. Are you kidding me?
What about chives and little, I don't know, little
chives.
onion?
Yeah, definitely if you chop them up really small, and even I would use bok choy instead of Napa cabbage, like really thinly chopped up, like the green leafy part.
Yep.
Are you making your own the wrapper?
Wrapping.
The wonton?
No,
Yeah.
I did that the other day, and it was just time consuming. So
It's really time consuming, and it really is. But honestly, it's so delicious. Do it.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard work.
I'll grab some spring onions. just drove past a sign that said, Jesus, just a 4-letter word or the name above all names. I'm convinced it's a troll, right?
Why would that be a troll?
Well, Jesus has 5 letters in it.
Oh. Sorry. That was funny. Sorry, I didn't mean to blow up eardrums. I didn't even catch that.
So I think they're trying to be smart. How do I park here? Yeah, actually, yeah, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people, wish me luck in the shops. See ya.
Okay, I just made a bunch of Ethiopian food for the family. I gotta go. Love you guys.
Hey, Shines. Have a good night, hon.
You too. Talk
Good
to you tomorrow,
talking.
guys.
Good night, Shines.
Yeah, sorry about that, Riggs, and the text just going back and forth.
Oh, no, man. No, you're great. I actually really love your back and forth. You have great info. I want it to be in the right place, and I don't think that's your fault. I just think it's a growth issue. Because I want to be able to look back and find stuff that we're talking about, and I want to be able to look back and find stuff that you're talking about, you know? And sometimes it's like, well, it's all kind of mixed together.
Yep, I get that.
Dude, Jerry, by no means, dude, you're like a fucking hero to me. You're like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Don't ever apologize.
All right. Well, see, like what I like about you, like the first time that I heard you talk, you called out certain like flat earthers for being, like full of shit, like like Witsit. I was like, whoa. I was like, all right, this guy's
Wait,
a real.
wait, when was this? What was this? What was going on there? What's the context?
Like when he, just like him going out and talking to people and just kind of like yelling at people, and the conversations don't really go anywhere. And he did this one debate with McToon and his girlfriend, and you were talking about it like this isn't really like this doesn't do anything, because like his girlfriend was just like sitting there not really adding to the conversation. This was about like a month or two ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it was you had to be there or something. So I don't remember the exact specifics. No, I think that everybody. I don't think that one team is right all the time. So I'm not here to pick sides and just only, side with my team or whatever. It's not a team. Like everyone came to Flat Earth individually. That's why the story. That's why people come in and they say, "Hey, what's your Flat Earth story? How did you come into this?"
because everybody came in their own way. If you came to somebody in the globe and said, how did you come to the globe? They'd be like, well, there I was in first grade or kindergarten, and there was this thing on the desk, and you know, like it's just not interesting. People, there's no thought put into it. You know, there's no veritas to that.
Right.
So, you know, when people say, "Oh, you flat earthers," like, no, man, like this is an army of individuals. So I'm not going to just side with somebody because they came to the same conclusion as me on 1 or 2 points or whatever.
Right.
I don't know. I like to be critical about everything.
Yeah, that's why we're here in the first place.
I mean, why would you not spend your time sharpening your sword if you got nothing else going on? You got to sharpen that sword in the downtime to prepare for battle. And that's one of the reasons I looked up to you, Jerry. You, I mean, I might be a little more controversial, but you're very much the same. Like, you don't just agree with somebody just because they share 1 or 2 points. You stand on your own 2 feet.
Oh, that's much appreciated. And then there was a time you were talking to Biodual, and you were talking to him about Jimmy Carter and like trying to get him to admit that, you know, shit goes on in this world that you don't know, that you have no idea like what's going on behind the scenes, and you're just telling him this stuff, and he's like, no, I don't see it. And you said, you're a fucking pussy, man.
Oh, I say that?
Yeah.
I might have said that. I've had you know, I'm a little controversial.
Yeah, but like, yeah, it's, I could tell you're not just someone who, you know, repeats the same old flat earth stuff. So like, you're really, you know, into it. Like you, Geo, a couple other people I can't really think of now. Lemon, maybe. But yeah.
You know, Lemon can do it, and he can do it better than most of us. He just knows that he takes into account his audience. So he actually dumbs himself down to talk to a lot of these people. And I know that sounds kind of arrogant, but it's really true. He's just actually Lemon is probably really brilliant, to be fair. Even though I don't agree with a lot of stuff Lemon is, you know, all about. Yeah. Sleep for 6 hours and back at it again. Or 5 hours, whatever.
Some of these people that are passing away, like Rob Skiba and Mac, and it's like it's so sad. Like, just in terms of, to me, like just the current situation and this deception and everything going on. It's like they, you know, passed before. I mean, I guess we don't know what the future will hold. I mean, I think that there is, in our lifetimes, even in the next, I've always said the next kind of 5 to 15 years, I think is when it's all really going to go down in terms of this truth really coming out. And I don't mean coming out like that mainstream news is going to just put it on the news, but I'm saying that just within the human consciousness and through a lot of different things I think that are going to take place. But it just saddens me that they sort of passed before, you know,
not at all, man. I don't know. No, I mean, I think even that sentiment is a conditioned position. Like you think of death as some sort of loss. Maybe they fulfilled their purpose and it was their time.
Well, I definitely think they fulfilled their purpose and it was their time. Yeah.
Yeah. And we should celebrate, man. Like, I don't know. Like I'm rethinking this whole death thing. You know, I'm not saying we should seek it, but I don't think we should fear it or be sad about it or I don't know.
Fear the Reaper.
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm just rethinking this whole death thing, you know. I don't think that's a bad thing to do. Because really, if this is all creation, then God has something else in mind. After this, there's something else. And that's totally natural. There's nothing to fear about it. The enemy is only a perception. That's why they use the Illuminati signal. It's just the eye, because you think that they have power and that it's dangerous and that it's scary and all this stuff, but in reality, like, they're playing under God's rules. So they're going to get what they're going to get. And then in the meantime, we're just going to be deceived into what the real rules are. Which, you know, it's going to fall on them. So. I mean, I definitely will miss people. I'll miss people, and I'll you know, I'll go through all the feelings and stuff. But you have to use your brain power after that. Realize that this was all part of the plan. I mean, can you imagine a whole group of people not afraid of death and celebrating, and like just the whole concept of death being like sad or inappropriate or the wrong time, even, as if that's up to us? It's just kind of like, if you give all that up and you just come to the conclusion like, yeah, like death is the natural progression,